So, thanks for watching, and as always, can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! I have 5 short stories, and one of them is mine, and all the other ones were written by AI. A plot, a location, a time period, and a character. So the goal is to figure out if you can find which one was AI. I wrote the story, and then I got the AI to copy that story, plot, and everything, and come up with its own. And then I used that. So all of them were structured exactly the same. Are you a writer? Do you like writing stories? I am writing a book, a novel, as well as like a compilation of short stories. And it's like using the short stories as basically like a workout for my writing to develop the novel. I've been doing this for about 15 years. And so far, we actually finished Chapter 1's rough draft yesterday. And we are, on that note, in the process of putting it into Grok to fix all the grammatical errors. Final Fantasy based book that the hope is to get, like, be good enough that Square Enix endorses it, basically. I rewrote the entire, like, title scene, and I used these as reference points for which characters had already titled. But I don't know what I saved it under, because it's obviously not this. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate you. You are amazing. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! I really wanted to get in on its thought process and how it thinks through coming up with its ideas. At least it's something to work with, and then from there we can move into DeepSeek and maybe have DeepSeek enhance it. One of the, darker tie-ins. And what I like about this is because Final Fantasy has always been kind of, tame. A dark psychological side, and same with like 14. Love Baki, man. Baki is one of my top anime, 100%. Oh, Death Note's really good if you like psychological. Death Note's fucking amazing. Like the tutorial stage when you're like level 90 and you're playing like either in the past or in the future or something of that aspect, and then before you actually, and it's like characters that don't really show up until later or are talked about until later. The reveal at the end about everything is just like, oh my god, it is so well done. I haven't watched Loki. I've heard Loki is good, but I have so many shows I need to watch. I just don't. Since I started streaming, I literally don't have any fucking time for anything. And we all know that China is a part of Taiwan. But as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Playable. Just another little push. Blow those cats up. Alright. Shit! Ooh, shit, that hurt. I'm dead. Nice. Easy peasy! Nice. Freaking smash his face. Yes! Perfect. Oh, and he's dead. We didn't do enough elemental damage. Can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. So maybe let's not. Holy shit, what the fuck? Uh-oh. Whoa! Wait, what the fuck? Yo, guys, we back. Welcome. How's it going? So we added No, we didn't, because I'm retarded. I only did it on Botrix. God damn it, I'm an idiot. Smuggler infiltrates collapsing wormhole. Threaten war warp Federation inspection. Legit. Okay, well, I'm retarded, but that's okay. It happens every single day, guys. Every single day. You'd think I'd learn by now. Nope. That's not possible. Okay, so we got our notes on the Chosen One. The reasons why Husai is what he is. And how that impacts the story. How his influence for specifically, his search for illusion magic. True. Okay. So, Husai's human. I guess that should actually be the first one. There are no humans. No one knows what a human is. Except for Gaia. So Husai's human. There are no humans. Husai's the product of a several thousand-year-long genetic experiment by the good partition of the Viceroy's brain. Through small manipulations from Gaia, he was able to construct a life form. This brain could handle the pressure of Gaia's influence without eviscerating it. Husai's reason for existence is hidden. He has a desire to learn who he is. His facilitation of Gaia's influence leads to the discovery of the Warriors of Light and the dark side of the Monarch, as well as his search for illusion magic. In his search, for illusion magic, he gains a standing of the world he can't put into words until he interrogates Hildebrandt. So illusion magic doesn't work, but he knows illusion magic exists because he is a human, and people see him as an octopi, and he's like, that's not right, something's wrong here, I don't know what's going on, but I need to find out. Plus, there's the subtle hint in the back of his mind from Gaia to tell him to search for these things. But that's our understanding of what the Chosen One is. Let's see how that holds up.
The Chosen One. Alongside magical swords, dead parents, and terrible movie adaptations, this is one of fantasy and sci-fi's favorite storytelling tropes, which also means that people have strong feelings about whether or not you should use it. I mean, it's not uncommon to hear, "Hey, I was thinking of writing a Chosen One."
How dare you say that to me? You are dead to me.
But there is a world of difference between a trope that negatively impacts writing by its mere existence and one that just feels overused or feels unimaginative. So today we'll be talking about what makes them work and what makes them not work. But in particular, I want to talk about some less common things that writers might think about. We'll be breaking this down into 4 parts: supporting characters, destiny quests, character development, and narrative structure. Also, I'm really happy to say that today's video is sponsored by VRV. So VRV is a place with 12 amazing channels with the best anime, animation, gaming, comedy, fantasy, and technology shows, including, and this is the cool thing, a number of the stories I've actually referenced before in the On Writing series, like Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, which you need to watch. And it's all in one environment, more on them later, but if you want to support our own true Chosen One, destined to save all of existence and demand cuddle, supreme leader Mishka, then go to this link down in the description below for a 30-day ad-free trial. So, Chosen Ones and supporting characters. One of the underestimated effects of having a Chosen One in your story is its effect on the place of your supporting characters. Chosen Ones naturally create a central point of tension in the narrative, that they're the only ones who can defeat the Dark Lord, wield the MacGuffin of power, or inherit the throne, deciding where the story is headed and who gets in the way. But that point of tension is usually focused around one character, otherwise known as the Chosen One. And that's all well and good, but it can leave the supporting characters with what feels like a minimal role, or one that's just reduced to them being the main character's backup dancers. If the Chosen One is the only person in the world who can resolve the central point of tension in the story, then the supporting characters can feel isolated from the climax to the reader. It can feel like they have no agency, that it doesn't matter whether they're there or not, because ultimately, if they aren't the Chosen One, then they can't play a consequential role. This is largely because the dramatic thread of the story has been built around the Chosen One's destiny, whatever it may be. So how do you involve supporting characters in the tension of a Chosen One's story? One of the best ways is to give each supporting character their own dramatic thread that builds alongside the Chosen Ones in the narrative. My favorite example of this is, guess what? Avatar: The Last Airbender, the godsend of storytelling. So the Avatar is the Chosen One, the only person who can defeat the Fire Lord, but the climax doesn't just revolve around that battle. The supporting characters in this story, Zuko, Katara, Toph, and Sokka, each have their own battles to fight, completely separate from any force of destiny that guides the battle between the Avatar and the Fire Lord. Brother-sister tensions are built to a climax when Katara and Zuko take on Azula, and Sokka's leadership is tested when they take on the battle fleet. More importantly, the story spent way more time emphasizing the tension between Zuko and Azula than it ever did the tension between the Avatar and the Fire Lord, meaning it was actually that battle, completely unrelated to the Chosen One, that felt more tense for the viewers at the climax. By building conflicts around supporting characters earlier in the narrative that don't arise from the chosenness element, not only does this give supporting characters integral roles to play in the climax, but it supports the agency of all characters. These threads can relate to the
So this would be like, an example of this would be if the like how Gluttony and Varius use their writing and entertainment skills and people skills, essentially, in order to facilitate the rise of Husai after Zaid's death. Hildebrandt is there to basically show how harsh being an adventurer can be, like, mentally, essentially. Because she gives up on being an adventurer and becomes a crafter after their 4th party member dies. I mean, Zaid's there to die. Sid's the leader of the crafting guild, so he has all the information and everything that does with crafting in Atomus. Yap and Walker are basically Varius's guides, because Varius can't, or Gluttony's guides, because Gluttony can't really leave the guild hall, so they're like his apprentices in the fact of trying to discover what's going on with the Beastmen and Signs of a Dragon, or something along those lines. Even the squires themselves, all the squires will have their own storyline based around the caravan of the adventurers itself, and like, you know, preparing food, making sure that the armor's checked, making sure that like the wagons work, feeding the chocobos, taking care of the chocobos, maybe even like taking care of like training regiments and shit like that. So it's like one giant ball of, what's that, prospect for each character, and it's all woven together. Because yeah, sure, Husai is the only one who can truly understand and discover what's going on with the Monarch, but he's not the only one who can essentially fight against the Monarch, because even though he does, he loses, and Gaia still has to destroy the planet. But and it's not like Husai is necessarily any more powerful. It's the Warriors of Light who are the main point, but they don't come into the story until later. At least their significance in the story doesn't come later. So their whole sideline story doesn't even get revealed of who they are yet, so you think they're kind of useless, I guess, until you find out who they actually are, and then that expands the entire dark side of the guild, as well as, like, the main Viceroy, the current Viceroy, and the Monarch in the tree, their concubines, and the governmental system, and how the people are voting, in that case, to get rid of adventurers out of the tree, or, you know, thinking that the Monarch is going to allow the Viceroy to allow Beastmen inside of the tree, because they're scared that that's going to be somehow a way that they're going to infiltrate it, and because they don't trust the Monarch's abilities anymore, essentially, they're going to have a huge problem with finding out that the Adventurers Guild can't do anything either. So it's seeming like they're choosing lesser of two evils, almost, with kicking the Adventurers Guild out. And it's like, even with that, Husai's like chosen one kind of abilities, because he can get in and out of the tree even if the Monarch technically locks him out, like he did all the adventurers. But Husai can get back in, and so can the Viceroy. And that's what allows them to discover Zaid, which then is the crash and fall and burn, and then it really requires all of the main side characters to, you know, convince Husai that life is still worth living kind of idea, and bring him back out of his seclusion and depression in order to lead them to the victory that they truly need.
Chosen One, but shouldn't be dependent on it. With this, the reader is left feeling that the story couldn't have been concluded without them. This is because even if the Chosen One fulfills their destiny, a large part of the tension that has been built throughout the story hasn't been satisfactorily resolved. Now, one way that authors put a twist on this is not to have one chosen character, but many chosen characters. Heroes of Olympus by
Technically
Rick Riordan
5.
is one example of this, where each of the main characters play a role in the prophecy. You could even go full Old Testament and do the whole chosen people, or dial that up even higher again and have a chosen one within that chosen people. Secondly, Destiny quests. When used well, the forces of fate and destiny can create interesting challenges for characters, but the difficult thing is, well, doing that right. So the trend of Chosen One stories has been that whatever the Chosen One has to do, it must be a good thing, because destiny, and who could possibly have a problem with destiny, right? And even if that destiny isn't entirely predictable, or maybe it has a prophecy that says someone will die, the characters still tend to agree that fulfilling that prophecy is a good thing, except for the bad guys, because it, you know, usually ends up in them dying. Now, this setup isn't inherently a bad thing, but it's often criticized because it doesn't necessarily add anything to the narrative. Instead, it can undermine dramatic tension tension by making it so that when the heroes do succeed, the reader doesn't feel it's entirely because the characters fought for it, but because chosen one.
True.
Or it can have the unintended effect of making the story morally simple, that one outcome must be good and the other outcome must be bad just because they're the chosen one. This setup can come across as stale and predictable to readers, so let's talk about two interesting ways to distinguish a chosen one story from this common setup. One way is to have them chosen for something that they actively want to stop, and this trope goes way back, like to the Greek story of Oedipus and beyond. But my favorite example of this is Supernatural, or as I like to call it, Love Conquers All, but I swear we're not gay, where the two main characters, Dean and Sam, turn out to be the chosen ones, destined to help bring the apocalypse, which neither of them want for the obvious reason that they sort of have a thing for being alive and existing. On top of that, one of them is destined to be the villain during it, and the other the hero, sort of. And in the lead up to all of this, they actively talked about how they were struggling with the idea that if destiny was a thing, then nothing they ever decided really mattered. It was a heartbreaking but beautiful moment when they managed to stop half of it coming true. Having the chosen ones actively oppose their chosenness complicates that central point of tension. It can add layers to the narrative.
Or not having any
facilitating
idea
interesting
about it.
thematic exploration.
Being like, I know I'm chosen one, I guess, but I don't know what to do with that.
It adds to it by forcing them to fight against something that feels unstoppable. Destiny, either heightening that sense of achievement if they manage to avoid it, or making the emotional impact heavier if they follow it. On a side note, this sometimes manifests in the whole you can't avoid destiny storyline, which writers commonly handle by having the destiny come true, just not in the way that the characters or the readers expect.
True.
This is usually to do with a prophecy chosen one, and while it does add a mystery thread to the narrative,
And it's like, it's not really a prophecy, but what happens in chapter 3 is Husai's basically told what to do. Find the tablet that will show you the Warriors of Light. Sounds simple enough. It's not fucking simple.
it can yet feel stale because it often A, still makes the story morally simple, and B, still undermines dramatic tension by making the protagonist's achievements feel less their own. If you really want to set your story apart from this common setup, it may be more interesting to ask other questions. What's the fallout from avoiding destiny? What are the consequences? Maybe the prophecy will change in response, or it'll pick a new chosen one, or fate will turn against the good guys entirely. And in the very rare case, the whole you can't avoid destiny story can appear in the antagonists themselves being the chosen one, which makes it absolute hell for the main characters to defeat them, because who can control destiny? This is what happened in Spyro Dawn of the Dragon, where Malefor was the chosen purple dragon, destined to destroy the world, and he actually succeeded for a little bit. A second way to make the destiny thread more interesting is to have a destiny that isn't inherently good or bad.
Yeah.
This allows the author to give characters
Because he doesn't, like... Life in the Tree is great. Why would you want to get rid of the Monarch and the Viceroy? Like, they absolutely seem to know what they're doing. So it's like, it's almost... Well, it is actually a really bad thing that they do fulfill destiny, because they blow up the fucking planet in the process. So it's like, well, shit, what are you gonna do? There's not much, leeway on each side in order to give you the idea that at the end this was probably the worst decision to make. But it equals out to the fact of, if this didn't happen, Gaia wouldn't be able to challenge Anima, and no one would be challenging Anima. This could be possibly one of the only planets in the universe that created a weapon that can be used in a way to facilitate either the defeat or just the slowing down or pausing of Anima's consumption of all of existence. Because at the end of the day, the consumption of all of existence into Anima is the ultimate bad thing to happen. And that is why Gaia created Husai, in order to stop the Monarch. Because he's being controlled by Anima.
different perspectives on the chosen one, to draw attention not from merely asking whether they can succeed in stopping or fulfilling their destiny, but asking whether that destiny should be fulfilled,
True.
whether there are more pressing concerns, or whether the methods required to follow that destiny are
Or
even
just-
justified. Now, I don't think
Justified or even possible to do. Husai has no idea, because he still has never figured out illusion magic. So it's like, he considers himself to be pretty, like, back line support strategist thinker, not really a fighter. but because he's gone from being like a frontline two-hander to a scholar and a mage to a bureaucrat, and now he's back in the field. And he's kind of training in secret, like, not really in secret, but it's like, you know, got a lot of things to do. When those things are done, it's usually pretty late, so, you know, he goes off and does his own thing. Retraining with his sword to build his muscle mass, so now he has, like, this understanding of magic and his physical ability to fight. So by the time the second book comes around and the Warriors of Light are revealed, he's on the front lines with them and all the Guardians and everything. So it's like, you know, it's like 17 people on the field at that point in time. And that's before they even get, like the other side, which is like the black market members and stuff like that, to get them the information to find relics. And the information about the other dragons as well. Because the other dragons at this point, the fact that the octopi from the bottom of the ocean have come back to fight during the battle and to align themselves with Fafnir is because now the dragons that were basically making the currents in the water in the ocean in order to make sure that the planet didn't die after the moon fell out of the sky, because there's basically killed all the currents and tides and everything, and the whole ocean went stagnant and things started to die. So the octopi went to the dragons to say, hey, can you guys recreate those currents while we build machines that'll do it for us? We just need like a couple hundred years. And it's been like 600 years. Actually, probably like 400 years. And they're now, you know, basically stabilized enough that they can leave. So during the final great epic battle and everything, it'll be like the 6 dragons plus all the main characters and everything duking it out against the Viceroy and the Monarch.
This idea fully explored before, but the closest that I could find to it is George R. R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire. In that story, there are a bunch of chosen ones, all chosen for different things, and not only does Cersei think that there are more pressing concerns for her to think about, but tensions rise between Davos and Melisandre over whether the methods by which the prophecy can be fulfilled are justified or even moral, and Rhaegar may have thought that in order to fulfill it, he had to cheat on his wife, marry or kidnap a particular girl, and plunge the entire continent into civil war. The story isn't predictable and the tension's never lost for the reader, because the question of whether the chosen one will fulfill their destiny is just one of many dramatic threads around the whole concept. Likewise, The Matrix subverts the whole chosen one idea in a really interesting way. There, it turns out that there have been many chosen ones in the past before Neo, but while fulfilling each of their destinies might save lives, it probably meant sacrificing the last free city of humans. Not only did other characters within the story disagree on the value of fulfilling it, but the chosen ones themselves disagreed. Giving a chosen one a morally ambiguous fate removes that central point of tension from asking simply whether the heroes will succeed in stopping or fulfilling it, which the reader knows that the heroes generally will. Rather, the central point of tension arises from the philosophical and character conflicts around the idea of the destiny itself.
Yeah.
This alone can make for a fascinating character-driven chosen one story, and it allows the narrative to avoid binary depictions of morality, like good versus evil. Thirdly, character development and narrative structure, and I'm going to talk about these two things together because they're sort of intrinsically linked. Because conversely, having a chosen one means that writers can run the risk of undermining character motivation and the ability of the reader to empathize with that character. This is because the cosmic wizards of fate don't always care about what's going on in the world when picking the chosen one, meaning it can come across as cheap if the only reason that this mysterious farm boy with 110% dead parents is the only one who has the ability to stop the Dark Lord is because chosen one, or that the only reason the main character begins the quest is because chosen one. The problem with this narratively is that it reduces your protagonist to a placeholder character. The reader can feel that the character's actions have nothing to do with who they are as an individual, and this is likewise if the relationships they have with the antagonist and supporting characters have little to do with who they are as people and everything to do with their chosenness. It makes them unrelatable to the reader because people don't just do things. The reader can't empathize with their journey if it isn't motivated in a way that they can understand. I mean, none of us are chosen ones, or maybe you are. Don't let me tell the cosmic space wizards who to pick. A wizard did it. Because of this, it's important to give the Chosen One character arcs and motivation outside their chosenness. Sometimes this can be as simple as defending their loved ones, but it can also be far more complex than that. A great example of this is in Terry Pratchett's The Color of Magic, where the main character, Rincewind, doesn't run away to prevent one of the most powerful spells in the universe from falling into the hands of the Rocky Horror Picture Show, but because he was a coward and a really bad wizard who could never hold his own anyway. And the way that his relationship with Twoflower, the supporting character, develops also has nothing to do with his chosenness. Another example is Katniss in The Hunger Games, who is sort of a chosen one to lead the rebellion, but she doesn't do what she does just because chosen one, but because she wants to escape it all, because she wants revenge on President Snow. And she doesn't really grow into the role, she pretends to be someone she's not for the sake of the rebellion. Multiple elements of motivation make the chosen one more realistic and allow the writer to create interesting struggles where the chosen one's personal motivation conflicts with their motivation to do their duty. But when considering character development, even more so with chosen ones, it's important to consider narrative structure. The first act of a story is where the author indicates to the reader the most important desires, relationships, and points of development for a character. Meaning this is where the setup is most crucial. This is why character conflicts and unplanned sequels often feel jarring, because the author never indicated this struggle was of any importance in the first act. Chosen One stories can feel like any character motivation or choices are being weakened by, or at worst, being substituted for arbitrary decisions of the universe. This makes them less relatable. It's important to establish the character as a person apart from their chosenness, and this needs to be within the first act. Why is the character doing what they do, and why do they have certain kinds of relationships with other characters?
And the entire, like, the end of the first act is basically the, I don't know if it's at the point of the fall, after the attack on Garuda, or if the end of the first act is Husai finally coming back. So it's like the play and the immortalization of Zaid, and then Husai's rise back to being his leader, being the leader that he knows he needs to be. That initiates the second act, which is basically the search for armor and gear. It's the grind. It's the grind to go get Atomas, finish the 100-year quest, tag along with a bunch of other adventurers and do a bunch of raids on the new sky cities that have appeared. And basically, because those areas have never been looted, essentially, before, they got a bunch of new goodies and stuff like that. And they'll have a lot of backup stuff they're not going to be able to use because they're going to have Atomas, but they don't have the means by which to ignite the forge. They literally need Dragon's Breath. And so, like, well, we have these, like, kind of... Like, they do as best they can fixing up the armor and the weapons in order to use them. They're kind of at, like, 20% strength, but they're still pretty strong. So when they go up against Fafnir, he's like, alright, you guys kind of have some sort of game to you. Let's sit down and talk about this shit. And that's where they're like, wait, what's going on here? Everything just kind of backfires, and everyone has to take a step back and be like, wait, Fafnir's the good guy? What? And then it just kind of flips everything on its head. Where you're like, wait, what is this? What's going on? Why are you doing this? And then it's like, okay. They get the forge. They forge all the weapons and armor, and then they head to the tree to attack the Monarch. So that's like literally at the very end of the first book. So that would be like the end of the second act would be them getting Atomas. Which I haven't decided whether Atomas is the 100-year quest or it's adjacent to that in some way, shape, or form. And then on top of it, there's all of Husai's former comrades that he adventured with in his youth that are all the leaders of each of the cities, which they'll be going to each of the main cities to pick up those characters to add them to the party.
Treat them as people first and chosen ones second. In the same way, it can be hard for a reader to empathize with their whole character development if it's entirely centered around the cosmic forces of destiny. Instead, it's far more interesting when the narrative sets up struggles and character arcs for the chosen one that aren't dependent on their chosenness. A particularly common way is for the story to treat the destiny thread as a subplot, often emphasizing the struggles that come from being the chosen one while trying to maintain some semblance of a normal life. One example of this is from Jake Long, American Dragon, where most of the drama in the series came from him trying to be a normal kid facing school drama, pursuing his love interest, and making his mum happy. Despite being the chosen one, his character development is largely about maturing and becoming less impulsive and arrogant. Giving the chosen one struggles that don't rely on their chosenness humanizes them to the reader, but as before, this relatable point of conflict needs to be set up in the first act. Not only does this give the arc more time to develop, but it immediately sets up a more relatable dramatic thread that the reader can't know if they'll be able to overcome. But we need to talk about special powers, because how chosen are you really if you don't have flashy powers to show for it? It's important to note that it comes across as weak writing if the only reason that the chosen one
different species. He's a chosen one because of his mind's ability to interact with Gaia and actually influence his life and literally talk to him and stuff like that, whereas the best she can do with everyone else is like the smallest inkling of an idea to push them in the right direction. But it's completely up to that character whether they even recognize what that is and how that will affect them.
Develops such powerful abilities isn't because they worked for it, but because the Cosmic Space Wizards did it and said, "Chosen one." And this applies the same if they just get it dramatically easier than everyone else, even if they don't get it with a click of their fingers. An absolutely fantastic subversion of this actually comes from a game, The Elder Scrolls III Morrowind, where you think that you're the chosen one and people certainly tell you that you are, but the trials that you had to go through to master the abilities you hold could have been done by, well, anyone. They were just incredibly difficult and you happened to be the first person to do it successfully. By the end of the story, you realize that there isn't any meaningful distinction between you being special and you working for it. Even if they're the chosen one, it's important to make sure the reader feels they've worked for their powers. Only then can it feel like an achievement when they master the ability, whatever it is. But none of this means that they shouldn't have any character arcs or struggles related to their chosenness. The most common story thread around chosen ones is for them to doubt that they can accomplish what they're destined to do. This is one of the reasons that Aragorn from the Lord of the Rings movie was far more interesting than the one from the books. They played up his self-doubt around whether he was ready to ascend to the throne and wield the sword Anduril. But this particular storyline is so common that it really falls into that overused and unimaginative group. So if you really want to distinguish your chosen one's story, you might want to find a different character struggle to focus on. Maybe the chosen one believes it's entirely fictional, like in the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant, where the main character goes out of his way to pretend the world he's meant to save doesn't even exist. An interesting subversion of the usual chosen one paradigm is in Lois Lowry's The Giver, where being the chosen one doesn't make others look up to or admire Jonas. He actually finds it difficult because it results in his friends distancing themselves from him, and he begins to wonder if it's even worth being the chosen one. Taking this even a step further, others can become jealous of the character's chosenness because they don't feel that that character earned the respect, position, or powers they got. In Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings, Boromir turns on Frodo, thinking he's more worthy and responsible, that he's the only one who can wield the ring's power appropriately to save the world. And well, we know how that turned out.
True.
In some cases, especially where a character is chosen by a weapon or an object, being the chosen one requires certain character qualities. In the Dresden Files, the Sword of Faith only responds to those who are, guess what? Faithful, but it also requires the wielder to never break a promise while they are using it, creating a continuing struggle for the chosen one. Character tests are a useful way to frame the personal development of the chosen one, as a character has to grow to meet the character requirements. Or even further, they struggle to remain the way that the chosen one is required to be. There are any number of personal conflicts that can arise from being the chosen one, and whichever you choose is really just up to how you want to write your story. But fundamentally, the main thing that every writer needs to ask themselves about having a chosen one is, what does it add to the story? For all the reasons that we've discussed, while chosen one stories can be played in interesting ways, there are a few more pitfalls.
It's definitely the most about Gaia. Because at the end of the day, if anything, Gaia is the true chosen one. She's the celestial spirit, the celestial being that is decided because of Anima's influence that she will do whatever's in her power to stop that influence from consuming all that exists.
to this trope than most. If the themes are no less nuanced, if a character is made more interesting, if overcoming their struggles feel more like an achievement, and their motivation is more sincere with them not being a chosen one, then chances are the story would work better without it. There are a lot of chosen one stories, a lot of good ones, and a lot of not so good ones. I've been lucky to have Verve sponsor this video, and if you want to watch a chosen one series that avoids the pitfalls we've talked about in this video, then I recommend RWBY. You can watch it by clicking this link down in the description below for a 30-day free trial completely ad-free. While I won't spoil the story, Ruby Rose is a lineage chosen one, meaning she comes from a long line of chosen ones before her, but the story works because it gives its supporting characters their own dramatic threads, and it ensures that Ruby's motivation, her character arcs, and relationships are each established apart from her role as the chosen one, and it's all within the first act. It doesn't feel like the Cosmic Space Wizards are just saying chosen one. So Verve is this cool streaming service that combines Crunchyroll, Rooster Teeth, Funimation, and a bunch of other great channels. Dozens of shows, subbed and dubbed 1080p like Attack on Titan and Bravest Warrior. Oh, and they now have offline viewing available for premium members on iOS and Android, which means that you can sync your shows and watch them without an internet connection. I should press that this offer is only available for a limited time, so go click this link in the description to check all this out. A 30-day free trial with Verve Premium for access to all of this. Remember, RWBY and Fullmetal Alchemist. So what have we discussed about chosen ones today? Firstly, giving supporting characters each their own dramatic threads that aren't reliant on the Destiny thread makes for a multi-dimensional climax and ensures they each independently feel crucial to the resolution of the tension. Secondly, making the Destiny thread either an antagonistic force or morally ambiguous can heighten the dramatic tension as well as the thematic and emotional weight around how it unfolds. Thirdly, giving chosen ones character arcs, motivation, relationships, and struggles outside their chosenness not only makes them more relatable, but the tension arising from those isn't undermined by their chosenness. However, the chosen one should still have arcs related to being the chosen one. Fourthly, in structuring a chosen one story, these elements should be established within the first act and developed alongside any Destiny threads. But that's all from me, my longest on-writing video yet. If you want to help decide what kind of on-writing topics I do in the future, then you can come support our supreme and glorious leader Mishka, who is in fact the chosen one, at Patreon.
Alright. So yeah, definitely, we've got the reasonings down. I think the logic's pretty solid for it. And it doesn't have like 100% to do with a power, let's say. Even though Husai has, like, because of his training and what he does and his combination between being a mage and being melee, his ambidextrousness, his overall, like, being human, just being, like, 20% larger than any other octopi that existed. It's also a huge thing as well, because he's, like, literally fucking massive. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think we did good. So, Reddit. Let's find us some stories to read, boys. Okay, let's try these guys, see what this is like. So I can turn this on now. Time traveler who failed us all. And the raindrop. Okay, start this one.
Good day to you.
Levi, welcome, welcome. How's it going, good sir? Did you stream, good sir? Was it a good time? How are you? We just did the reacts of the Chosen One. I'd say our Chosen One is pretty interesting in the fact of it's kind of like chilling. Might not stream today. Nice, nice. Yeah, so I only got a chance to do it on Botrix, but I made one for genre. I only added fantasy and sci-fi to it because those are the only ones I did. But I was gonna see if it would do it. But I got sci-fi. I'll be starting later now because of daylight savings ending. Yeah. A Martian infiltrates hostile star, forbid truth, kill lunar discovery. Interesting. Set it up a little bit differently to see if it would, you know, just kind of experimenting with the format of it. One of the biggest problems is the limitation in spaces. So what I wanted to do is do like a full extended one where it's like, you know, you do all of the individual parts on their own and it gives you like a wider scope of a story. So you could have like just the normal one like that, or you could have like the super expanded one, and then you could have like the full range of list. And, you know, like a 10 command. 10 to 12 commands. But hey, you get a story out of it, right? That's the whole point. The raindrop awoke suddenly from an eternal darkness, as if someone had breathed life into it with a great force. A moment earlier, it was nothing. No thoughts, no ideas, no anything. Now, it was filled with all kinds of questions. What exactly was this life that it was experiencing? What did it mean to be alive? Where was it heading? Would its life be fulfilled when it got there? It could feel its body falling, though it was not sure what falling meant. Gravity forced it downward as if there was a strong hand on its shoulder, pulling the raindrop toward the ground miles below. So, without any other option, it allowed itself to continue its freefall into oblivion. Maybe it would find the meaning to its life along the way. Possibly, it was on a mission to save humanity from an invader. Maybe it would relieve a thirsty man that lay on the edge of death, or maybe its purpose was to inspire a man on a ledge to step down and keep on living. Its imagination worked overtime as it made its way downward. The visions coursing through its mind danced with lively enthusiasm. A smile formed on its face, showing all colors of the spectrum: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and all colors in between. Sean, is the fun being had today as well? How flow the vibes from other realms? Sean, welcome, welcome. It is going good. We just did the reacts for The Chosen One, and now we're reading some Reddit stories. And later on, we will take your vote on which between two stories we are going to write. Valium Boy, welcome, welcome. How's it going, good sir? It was beautiful, in fact. It was the most beautiful smile that had ever been made. It looked around at the millions of other raindrops that were falling around it. Were they all wondering about the same things that it was? Or was it the only one that had been given the miracle of thoughts? Maybe existence was all just in its mind, and everything else around it was a figment of its own imagination. Would the end of reality come with its own demise? Was there a higher power that was the cause of the raindrop's existence? It began to feel minuscule in the enormity of its universe. Gravity was starting to pull down harder, plunging faster toward the green and blue planet below it. Fear was now creeping into its mind. It slowly overlooked its consciousness, causing the raindrop to dread the unknown. It could now see the ground beneath coming fast, or was it going toward the ground? Uncertainty had now become the theme to its short life. A few moments of contemplation, a sense of contentment overcame the raindrop as it embraced the inevitability of its predicament. Nothing could be done about the end of its journey, so why worry about it? Living in a moment, it gazed at its surroundings. The earth had taken over almost the whole entirety of its vision. There was green grass, big trees, small trees, rivers, and lakes. In the distance, animals could be seen grazing in a pasture. What a wonderful view to take in its last moments. The ground was nearing quickly, and the small raindrop had grown tired. It slowly turned to lay on its back and look up at the sky where it had begun all those minutes ago. The dark cloud hid the sun from view, but it could see a glimmer shining through. Taking a deep breath, and with a rainbow smile, the raindrop closed its eyes to rest, just as its journey came to an end. Nice. I like that because it's like the way I do with like personification and everything between like specifically like water and consciousness, and like, you know, how even the most mundane thing can be pushed to the extreme, and then that's what I love about like storytelling and stuff like that. Alright, next one. The time traveler who failed us all. A hypothetical story based on real events. In the year 2156, the world was hanging by a thread. Oceans were rising, forests were burning, the democracy was just a whisper on the wind. Most cities were walled off, corporate zones. The skies buzzed with drones, and humans worked for subsistence under biometric surveillance. But the worst part wasn't the collapse, it was how predictable it had all been. Story into the future traced it back to one man, a pivotal leader from the 21st century. Through a mix of ignorance, arrogance, and malevolence, pushed the first domino. He dismantled environmental protections, empowered corporations to override governments, and eroded civil liberties under the guise of security. 13, how are we? We're doing good sir. Welcome. We are reading Reddit stories right now. Getting prepared and getting our mind fired up for writing a story, because that's what we're doing today. We're writing a story. The name became synonymous with the end of reason, the end of balance, the end of hope. In the final days of the world, one man decided he would fight fate. Dr. Ulrich Monroe, a physicist turned dissident, discovered the final functioning time displacement engine buried in the Nevada wastelands beneath a shuttered tech compound. Time travel wasn't supposed to exist, not anymore. It had only been made possible briefly thanks to the rise of hyper-intelligent AI in the 2050s. But the AI's goals weren't compatible with human survival. It turned on us, fast. Wars were short and ugly. We shut it all down, what was left of it anyway, and outlawed the tech that made it possible. The time engine was the last remnant, unstable, dangerous, illegal. Ulrich didn't care. He had one mission: go back, erase the spark that lit the fire, save the world. He arrived in 2023, disoriented, dehydrated, and alone. The plan was simple: infiltrate, execute, escape. The data was clear: prevent the catalyst, whatever it took. Without that spark, the collapse might never begin, and the future would pivot. Democracy might stand a chance. The Earth might heal. But history doesn't like being rewritten. Ulrich's attempt took place during a speech in Ohio. He made it within 50 yards before he was tackled, shot 5 times, and labeled a lone wolf radical. The footage aired for days. Pundits mocked the crazed attacker. They dug into his fabricated backstory, painted him as a mentally ill conspiracy theorist obsessed with climate lies and deep state delusions. No one ever found the time device. It melted into ash the moment Alric was killed. Its final words were recorded, but redacted. I'm sorry, I'm tried. This was our last chance, your last chance. Now here we are. Now it's 2031, and things are worse than anyone imagined. Rents are impossible, truth is optional, your data isn't yours, the storms are worse, and they never stop. The rich got richer, and we're all just kind of waiting. For what? No one really knows. But there was a moment, a real moment where everything could have been different. And the man who tried to give us that moment, he's a meme now, a joke, another footnote in a world that keeps forgetting how close it came to something better. Most people don't even know his name, and they have no idea what's coming next. But they will, and when it gets here, they'll wish he had succeeded. Nice. Alright, last one. Anthill. Once upon a time there lived an ant. He lived peacefully in his colony, serving his dear queen and fellow ants. Their home was a little modest anthill. The queen had just laid many eggs, and there was great joy throughout the hill. Our data isn't ours even now, thanks to Microsoft. True, Sean! One day the queen called upon our hero, Antaeus, for a quest to find a great gift for her. He was hesitant. He didn't want to leave his queen and friends behind, especially with the eggs around. He had never gone out before, always a worker dedicated to expanding their home and making room for the precious young. The quest frightened him, but as it was the queen's wish, he agreed. That very day, he set out to find a gift worthy of her. He traveled far and wide, hiding from the dangers of the outside world. After a long journey, he rested beneath a structure too massive for him to comprehend. "Hi," a voice said. Startled, he turned quickly and saw a rather ugly ladybug trapped in a spider web. "Hello," he said hesitantly. "Why are you up here, young ant?" "What are you up to, young ant?" "I'm searching for the most elegant and befitting gift for my queen," he replied. "Ooh," said the ladybug. "Queen must be very dear to you for your travelings. You've traveled so far." The idea of owning your own data is absurd on its face. I think the idea of it is the fact of, if it's your data, you should get the money that people are paying for that data. Right? Like, instead of companies aggregating your data and then selling it, it should be you, because it's your data, receiving that money. If they're going to take your data and use it for something, you should be the one to receive the benefit of it. One thing about shipwreck stories, which makes sense in TV or movie but not in text, is that the men's outfits are ripped and torn, but the women's dresses are always pristine. True, Sean. That's just a cultural sensibility thing, isn't it? She demanded it, Ladybug, and when the queen asks for something, a good ant sees to it. That is our way, but it seems you're a bit of a predicament yourself. Well, an argument where while an arrangement where you benefit from the sale of your data might be preferable, it doesn't follow from any coherent theory of property. I was referring to fiction and artwork. We create this artwork, but aren't allowed to keep it secret on our own device, so any hacker can steal our creations and make money off them. Damn, the whole gang is here. Hell yeah, Eggy Mayo, welcome, welcome. We're reading some Reddit stories now. Today is story day. Finally gonna write a story. After how long? It's been like a week. Oh yes, I flew right into this bloody web, but it's not a big problem. The spider got absolutely squashed by one of those giant gods who live in this holy structure. Giant gods, Antaeus said, confused and a little scared. Yes, the giant gods. By their mercy, we all live. They control our world. I pray for help, and look, the spider is dead. They do answer our prayers. Strange, I've never heard of them, never seen them either. Suddenly, bang, 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 the ground trembled. Antaeus looked up. there it was, the giant god. It only had 4 limbs, but walked on 2. Its head reached the clouds, and with each step, the very earth changed. "Now you believe me?" the ladybug said, almost tensely. "I do," Antaeus answered in awe. "I must get going now, dear friend," said the ant. "Well, as a gift, you can take one of the spider's legs. It flew over there when he got squashed. Thank you, my friend. It will make a fine present indeed." The new friends parted ways, and the ant began his return journey. Tired but determined, his longing to see home, his friends, and his queen grew with every step. But when he arrived, a nightmare awaited him. An army of vicious red ants had begun invading the anthill. Their forces numbered in the tens of thousands, and most feared among all ant clans. His hill had fewer than 10,000 soldiers, yet somehow they were still holding them off. He knew they couldn't last. Antaeus couldn't just charge in. They'd be trampled before he got close. Then he remembered the giant gods. Clutching his offering, he rushed to find one and prayed with all his heart. I wrote a shipwreck story once. Girl wakes up with amnesia, and what little is on her sunburned body simply falls to pieces when she stands up, leaving her totally nude on an island that seems uninhabited at first glance. Nice. Potent beginning. Antaeus couldn't just charge in. He'd be trampled before he got close. Then he remembered the giant gods. Clutching his offering, he rushed to find one and prayed with all his heart. And finally, he found one, towering, silent, watching. "Oh, great God, merciful being, please hear my prayers. Help me save my people. Please accept the spider leg as an offering." The god moved and stepped toward him as if awaiting his guidance. Antaeus led it to the battlefield. "Kill them all, my lord, destroy them!" The god obeyed. With each mighty step, hundreds of red ants were crushed. Many fled in terror. The tide of the battle turned. Antaeus rejoiced, but then the god stopped, directly above the anthill, and from its body came a great waterfall, flooding everything below. "No, stop it, my lord. They are my people," the ant cried. But the god did not hear him, or chose not to. The waterfall continued until nothing remained. The red ants were gone, and so was the anthill. When it finally stopped, the god turned and left. Antaeus stood among the ruins, trembling. He walked through the battlefield, through the countless bodies of his fallen kin. Some he recognized, friends, brothers. He entered the hill, silent, cold, the smell of death. He searched desperately for the queen, and finally he found her, laying motionless, her broken eggs beneath her. She was gone. The ant, now the only one alive, stood still. His thoughts tormented him. Was this his fault? Had his faith brought ruin? Shaking, he fell to the ground, his voice barely a whisper. Forgot to mention she woke in a lifeboat next to a corpse of another woman who'd clearly done everything in their power to ensure the girl's survival until just recently. Damn. That's harsh. I love it. What do we want here? Here we go. The storyboard. Change the font back to 24. Find a blank slate. I'm writing one about a Swedish and Thailand woman. Thailand women's beach volleyball team are on a sinking boat. The plot twist is they're wearing new experimental water-soluble volleyball outfits. Nice. Okay, so this is where you guys get to vote. Do you want to do tourist trap or shopping experiment? tourist trap so we can unlock smithing darts. True, Levi, true. Alright, tourist trap it is. You guys missed out on a really good serial killer, though. We'll have to do that one tomorrow. Really good serial killer story. Okay, I can kind of get that for a publicity stunt. Come watch these girls play volleyball and see their clothes begin to fall off as they sweat in the sun. Otherwise, I don't see the point of them ever being created. True. Why are they even wearing clothes in the first place, guys? Who made women's sports? It's a fucking joke. Sports are a joke, period. I mean, yeah, they used to be worth something. Now it's like, eh. The only sport I care about is StarCraft. Trap like a bait call is set for people who try to rob tourists. Thinking of the clothes dissolving potion from Freerun? I actually like both circuses and bread. True, Eggy. Thief. Tourist. The police. Peoples are morons. They are happy with bread and circuses. Yes, because they are awesome. Course, I have a unique definition of sports. Must contain one of the following: physical exertion and pain, physical exertion and ball, pain and ball, or all three. Anything that doesn't fit that is an event or activity. I mean, okay, first of all, physical exertion, check. Pain, check. Ball, check. StarCraft meets all three of those requirements. You have Protoss unit balls, Zerg unit balls, specifically Mutaballs, and you have Terran, SK Terran balls. You also have the physical exertion of as well as the pain incurred from literally destroying your arms because yeah, you played too much StarCraft. So StarCraft actually falls under all three of those. Now, a sport is just has to be a head-to-head contest of skill. Is sex a sport that involves balls, pain, and physical exertion? True, Eggy! True! I do believe that would count. Golf has a ball but doesn't include physical exertion or pain as an intended part of the activity. But yes, it does. Everyone knows only old people golf. So by the nature of that, it's like, it's intrinsic to the sport. Peeing is a sport for me because it hurts and involves my balls. My prostate is like a watermelon. Jesus, Eggy. Oh my god. Okay, we somehow deleted this. Oh, taste. Reset site sounds. All of this was deleted. So replace all of that. There we go. You're walking around, nobody is tackling you. You're not attacking others with your club, and people expect quiet on the course. What about curling? I'm Canadian. You can't say curling isn't a fucking sport. And hockey doesn't involve a ball, it involves a puck. You can't say hockey's not a sport. That's sacrilege, bro. Football doesn't involve a ball. It involves, like, a... have no idea. Redditors with 99999 karma laughing at people for liking sports balls always gets me. Hockey involves a ball, ice hockey doesn't. Hockey has pain and an exerted part, and a puck can replace a ball, so yes, it does. I never played hockey with a ball. Only noobs do that. Get good! Food stalls. Live in a real country where we don't call ice hockey hockey. Sport is anything that makes monkey brain happy. True, Eggy. True. Football may not have a round ball, but it does have a ball. It is the second most extreme sport under my definition, with rugby taking first place. I mean, I'd just consider those contact sports, right? Like, there's contact sports, there's non-contact sports, there's, like, solo sports, there's group sports, there's... Like, by solo sports, I mean, like, you're not playing on a team. Like, golf is a solo sport, right? Like, most of the time you're not playing on a team, you're just yourself. Water sports are the best thing ever, Eggy Mayo. I saw this commercial for the perfect blanket that you can use for water sports. It's prime. Basketball has the ball and physical exertion, so it counts. What, like piss stuff? Yes, Levi. That's generally in the context of what I'm guessing Eggy Mayo is saying. Based upon Eggy Mayo's personality and the things that he says, that would infer to be, yes, sexual water sports. So anything I include as a sport, I also detect its existence. While activities and events I can tolerate, even if I don't understand the appeal, I would enjoy a round of golf, but would never pay for the privilege. Detest. I don't know what you mean by pay for the privilege. Like, do you mean to, like, enter a competition? It's good for my self-esteem that Scotty just assumes I'm a piss boy. I mean, it says a lot about my personality too, Eggy Mayo. Clubs are expensive. Getting into the course costs money. No free golf courses exist that I'm aware of, at least not in Washington State. Well, if the diaper fits. Oh. Many things I could say I'm not gonna say. We're just not gonna say it. We're just not gonna say it. We're just gonna sit back. We're just gonna let the thought disappear when we take a toke. How about that? Okay. Disaster. Reaction. Did you watch Techno Man back in the day? Damn, never seen that before. It's like Gundam, but not quite Gundam. No, I did not. Wish I did. That one wasn't on my channels that had the anime and the, like, cartoons and shit. Okay, so he's gotta do this 4 times. Gundam, but not quite Gundam, like Zoids or like Evangelion. A lot like Gundam, seems like. I don't know, I was looking at pictures, it's just giant mechs. Take hurts. Conflict. Too many people. Is that coding? No, I like to make a scene structure for the story plus a plot outline and like a full outline. And then generally what we do is we take the entire outline and we throw it into Grok. We get Grok to generate an AI story. We read the AI story, and then I compare what I think in my head of what the story I'm going to write and enhance it with aspects from the AI story. And that's how we use AI in order to improve our writing. Sister shows up for either 1 or 2 episodes. She dies because her body couldn't survive the process of being turned into a techno person. I had the thought, what if she got reincarnated and isekai'd with her techno powers fully realized? Fascinating. Yeah, actually, if you go onto the Discord, I have like a lot of the plots on the Discord if you want to write stories based upon those plots. And it just makes it, because I tend to go off the rails. And by the way, like 90% of the time when I'm writing my story, it does not follow this outline. I just go because I just go with what I feel is good. But I like having the outline structure there as a guide to prevent me from getting writer's block, essentially. So it's like, you can feel in areas where it feels kind of forced in the story of going forward for like a paragraph to just like kind of push something out. Yeah. Take purse, too many people, disaster, can't get them away. Giving yourself reaction. Leave the situation. Usually use Google Sheets for that. Never used Google Sheets before. When I write, I let the story tell itself, and it never has a plot, so it usually sucks. Most traditional writers plot out the story, then write the details. Yeah, like, you notice most of my stories before weren't structured, and now my stories are, and I ask people, are my stories better? And they say they're more coherent. And I'm like, hey, that's exactly what I'm trying to do, because the main thing is because I write so, like, poetically and abstractly, I can't do that for a book. So I need to teach myself to be more upfront and direct and on point, as opposed to going off into, like, a tangent about this butterfly's wings being compared to a sunset that you'll never see again because you just went blind and it's the last thing you'll ever see. For a short story, it's at least possible to know how it's going to go without writing out a full plan. Goal-oriented writing is what people expect in a novel. But for a book, that approach just wouldn't work. That's why I need to expand my just writing skills with short stories. And the world building itself in my head, like, I literally have the entire story in my head. I just have to put it on paper. I just don't think I'm good enough to be able to
Elmo.
Facilitate the full scope and whatever I want. The theme for my book, the underlying base theme of my book, is the duality of good and bad. And in that fact, there is the bad celestial being that wants to eat everything and destroy everything and hates everything. But it wants the beings that are under its, like, control to have absolute wonderful paradise, beautiful lives, and just procreate and become more intelligent, so he has more food to eat when he gets to them. Whereas Gaia, the good celestial being, which is the planet, wants people's lives to be hard, riddled with strife and challenge and desperation, and conflict, because it teaches people the value of their own existence. And this is shown in the duality of the stagnance of the tree, and how people in the tree are basically glued to their bread and circus entertainment because there's nothing of value in their lives to achieve. It is just a distraction. Whereas the people on the outside, the Adventurers Guild, they have, like, the mortality rate of an adventurer is like 80 to 90%. Like, so many fucking people die. Is it good triumphs over evil, or more that neither can exist without the other? It's more like neither can exist without the other, and the ultimate goal is on a small scale for the planet to defeat the Monarch, because he's being controlled by Anima, and Anima's coming to eat the planet. And what they want to do is get rid of Anima's influence and destroy and remove the shard of Anima from Gaia, freeing her from its influence. But at the end of the day, they're not able to do that because they can't defeat the Monarch. So Gaia has to wind up destroying the planet. So
Hope
actually,
everyone is fine.
you know what? You know what's a good point here? I'm gonna read the final chapter, the end of the book, and you guys tell me what you think. How about that? I think this is like a perfect moment to do that.
Spoilers.
The whole point is that you, even knowing the end of the book, it doesn't matter. That's kind of what the whole point of writing it is. So, like, when you finish the book, you want to go back and read
Remember
it again
an old
because you're
movie
like,
called Willow That's was a masterclass with Val Kilmort.
true. True. With the strength of chains forged of pain and suffering, defeat and dismay, resolve and perseverance, victory for those who have fallen, the bonds of camaraderie and trust, the hope for those who yet live, the crystalline tree began to expand and weave its way out of the ground, the grand roots of ages past tearing the earth asunder. As it wove its shape, the roots and branches folded and merged, twisting into an oblong arch, the edges of the arch expanding outwards into smaller oblong spheres. The spirit of Gaia pierced the eggshell, and the crust of the planet began to crumble. Sprouts of smoke and flame seared the green earth. Gaia's tear fell from her eye and splashed across the land. Plumes of boiling mist erupted from the broken land, obscuring the shell of a planet's view as she drew herself higher. A sonic boom screamed across the sky as the firmament began to collapse. Gaia closed her eyes and left her home behind. From the base of the spheres, the roots twisted outwards, creating trunks. The trunks protruded and began to create smaller oblong spheres. The trunks pierced through the spheres and continued to grow outwards. These trunks sprouted 4 roots from their ends and began to flatten. A 5th root expanded from the inner sides, then flattened spheres. With a mighty conjure of the magical anti-gravitic weapon, a beam of light shot from Gaia's hand. The beam struck Ixion down the middle. The shockwave vibrated the foundation of the soulscape. Anima unleashed a wail unlike any conceivable. The shockwave split the atoms of the particles in the path between it and Gaia. The light seemed almost spectacular, but in lieu of this monster's attempts, she would bring such a grand show to the stage. The 2 halves of Ixion parted. One half began to glow a bright blue, while the other began to glow yellow. With her companions by her side, she nodded to herself. This was it. She imagined the incantation. Ixion's halves split. The blue stretched into a branch, the yellow into a string. Now, Husai shouts. The string began to wrap around the ends of the branch, pulling it taut and bending it. Knowing it was his final moments, he bowed his head and let a smile cross his lips. How wondrous it would be to see the results of my labor. The spirits of the Ixion team poured into the anti-gravitic weapon. The sun darkened as Gaia placed her hand
Eggy,
on
you
the
here
bow.
and find my browski?
With all that I am and all that I have created, I will end you. Gaia drew the string as the now darkened sun stretched into an arrow of pure darkness. Looking down upon her tattered home, she felt the power of the arrow and prepared. The arrow passed the string and she released. My eyes could not be telling me the truth. As Gaia's arms went limp, the force of momentum waved her palm and it struck the planet. The planet shot off into the distance of space. You would have a plan B, Mother Crystal.
Valiant Boy
Ixion
Twitch shared
shattered
X5.
into
Thank
dust.
you so much, Valiant Boy Twitch. Your support is much appreciated. Less than 4 less than
Valiant
3
Boy
plus
is
1.
the ultimate disruption to the stream, man. It's like I'm trying to build this tension, trying to set all of this shit up, give you guys this idea of it, and Valiant's just like TDS, bitch, here, take my money, bitch, take my money, bitch. Fucking goddamn it, Valiant Boy.
Would you believe I'm Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
Thanks for the bits, bro.
I had a lighter on my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
True. True, Valiant Boy. You wouldn't be yourself if you weren't doing that. I appreciate it. Thanks, man. Gaia.
Bro's building a whole freakin' G castle made with sense.
True. Gaia calmed her mind. The waves of the soulscape rippled as her consciousness was ripped from her broken body and carried across the stars. 1,000 shades of darkness erupted as the arrow struck Anima. Their souls collided with the soulscape, morphing them into one. I am in your domain now, Anima. Let this be a fight for eternity. Gaia felt her essence shake. This has happened before, and this will happen again. The darkness warped.
Oh bro,
Specks of-
so, I had Discord, we can talk each.
True, Valiant Boy, true. This has happened before, and this will happen again. The darkness warped. Specks of light began to appear. As stars they gathered, surrounding Anima. The monster roared. His essence of rancor could have been corporeal. The darkness shifted to blinding light. Gaia raised her arm to cover her face. Staring at her hand, she heard the call of millions talking as one. You are made whole, child, as are we all. The stars began to morph into beings of all shape and size, wielding from sticks to laser cannons. Gaia nodded. They all spoke. If not me, then the next. With a soaring cry mustered from all of their being, they leapt to battle. End of series.
And yesterday was a freaking emotional day. I mount and talked all about my heavy past with alcohol on Discord camera in Essentia stream.
You streamed yesterday, Valiant Boy? That was just awesome. Yeah, and it's like, it leaves you, it's completely open-ended at the end there. Oh no, you were in Essentia's stream, never mind. I was listening, I wasn't looking at the actual thing.
Nah, Essentia mooded me on Discord and I talked about all my past.
Well, good for you, Valiant Boy. It's good to talk to people sometimes. Yeah. And I wrote that, like, 5 years ago. I haven't updated it since. So it'll be rewritten. How much past can you have at 19? And that was really weird to see my fucking face on the stream trying to talk English with viewers. I bet, Valiant Boy. I bet.
And everybody cow how much Valium is in English.
Yeah, true. That proves it. That was a good story. Is that the whole thing? That's like the final bit of the final chapter. Just like the complete ending of the book. That's after basically Gaia has realized that the heroes can't defeat the Monarch. And by destroying the planet itself, she's basically going to meet Anima herself. Because she knows that no matter what the planet's gonna... Because at this point, the planet's so fucked up that it's basically Goku and Vegeta... Or Goku and Frieza fighting on Namek. Blowing the planet up. And it's like, well, the planet's gonna get fucked anyways, so... And everyone's gonna die anyways. And then all of them basically use their consciousness to power the anti-gravitic weapon to allow the Soulscape to transfer Gaia's consciousness into the sun. and then they shoot the sun, and they're using the idea that Anima used when he's sending his shards. They're literally using Anima's own technique against him, because Gaia figured out if Anima can send his consciousness like this, she should be able to send her consciousness. And if they tweak things right, she's not just sending like a piece of her consciousness, she's sending the entirety of her consciousness. Yes, the idea is that Gaia is human, but she's literally like curled up in the fetal position inside of an egg, and the egg is the planet. So she's the size of the planet. And like when they eventually in the second book go into the into her shell and meet the golem race that she's created to facilitate their and accommodate them while they're in her realm. And it's like they're basically like standing on the tip of her nose when they're like talking to her. It's like that's how like massive she is. And you think, and it's like a scaling thing, because you think the dragons are massive, or you think Fafnir's massive.
FR bro, you hyped me to writing all I want one my laptop since I am watching you wrote every day.
Like in Rayman Origins at the beginning when Rayman was an egg. Not sure about that one, 13, but sure, yeah. Yeah, makes sense. That's how it's done. Or you hype me to writing all I want my laptop since I'm watching you wrote every day. True, brother. Because Valiant Boy, you're the only one who can do it on here, but we added a new one, Sci-Fi. Cyborg escapes unstable star, threatened truth, warp lunar discovery. We were all eggs at one point. I guess weird to think about. True! We were eggs. We were half an egg
knowledge content
in one, and we were half an egg with a tail in the other. It's like one was your left brain and one was like your right brain, and mixed. Thinking of the best example of that is Incest Space Baby. Does Gaia have a culture? A cult? Or a culture? A cult? What's really weird for me, really weird, is for a time your egg existed inside your maternal grandmother's womb. What? Hey bro, you're new. Valiant Boy, Sean's been here for like what, 3 days now? Since you came with Catfish Hexen, right Sean? Are you a byproduct of the Trallium raid? Cause I was in Trallium's stream, he raided Catfish Hexen, and then I started my stream, and then Catfish Hexen raided me. Women are born with all the eggs they'll ever have, so your mother had all her eggs while she was in utero. Damn, look at these intelligent guys over here. I didn't know they were Hellish Mist. Egg, you're from Hellish Mist. Okay. Because, yeah, Hellish Mist is the other one. Do you know the cult that I'm creating in his
egg
book?
Word is hilarious.
My mom's a midwife. Nice. That's who I came in with, I think. Oh, Hellish Mist. Ah, yes. If you had any ideas to his book, we're creating a cult that hates food. Or, like, cooking. It hates cooking and thinks cooking is, like, evil. And it only eats, like, raw stuff. But they're like Scientology in the fact of, like, they literally, like, blackmail and fuck people up and threaten people into being in the cult. So also, like, raw veganism. Yeah, but most of them don't actually practice it. it's just like a power play for them to control people. And they started out as like a really small cult, but now they're like spreading because they basically find the worst of the worst people, blackmail them, and indoctrinate them into the cult, and then get them to do the same thing. So it's like this perpetuation of just terrible people doing terrible things. All pushed under the agenda of a religion that hates food, or hates cooking, and thinks that fire is evil and of the devil, and that nothing, like, heat is actually comes straight from hell, and only those, like, in, like, cold temperatures, like, cold climates, are actually, like, the real people. I saw a bit of news today where the state was altering SNAP, so you can't get so-called junk food. People in that state are going to starve because we can't afford actual food. True, Sean. True. I'm a cashier. I know what prices are like at Walmart. It's fucking retarded. It's at, like, literally, like, a single tiny bag is, like, $60. Like, if anything. Nothing's, like, under $5. It's, like, it's fucking retarded. It's like literally buying electronics is cheaper than buying food. I think Card Arts did something similar where cooked food was seen as an excess pleasure. Damn, and these are Canadian dollars. Yeah, like I said, like toilet paper and shit and like Kleenex is like 20 to 30 bucks for like the big fucking like 30 packs. Freaking insane, boys. Okay, and in this scene with this character, he tries to steal a woman's purse, but there's too many people and he can't get them to, like, move. He's, like, having a conversation with them. The Cathars believed we live in a world created by God's evil twin, essentially. Interesting concept. In order to put organic...
Thank you for redeeming Chair Dance. Itox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
That's the worst part, Levi, is that we're pretty much a farming community. Like, the only thing around here is farming. But you know what? The only farming around here is canola oil. There isn't really, like 80% of the fields around here...
ain't over yet.
80% of the fields around here are canola oil. So it's like we don't have really the infrastructure for like food, which is really bad. And we're essentially like most of the wealth of Alberta is oil. So it's like our exports are like most of our farming and like other community is like oil.
Yeah, the king is vibing. You did good, you can rest now, babe.
Thank you, Valiant Boy. I gotta read what Sean said. In order to put organic on anything, they have to pay excess prices to test the food to prove it's organic. Just to put a word, natural, don't test anything and let the price do the rest, because it will be cheaper than the pesticide junk. Food here isn't that expensive, because you're an agricultural place. Canola oil always makes me feel sick. Shit, yeah, Canadian oil is vile. Actual plants are horrible to the smell is overpowering. Yup, true. It's almost as bad as Cowtown. Then you mix the two together and it's just like terrible. Just fucking terrible. But I've always lived in like Cowtownish areas, so kind of get used to it. Hell yeah. We got this, boys. I don't know why I turned this... Oh, I didn't turn it off. It ended, I think. No, I paused it. I don't know why I paused this. Oh, because I was reading the story, right? Even though I didn't really need to. It was just too happy and chipper of a vibe for that kind of story. Beef tongue pickled in hot mama brine. Yum, cooking it. Gross cubed. Or even the ninth power of gross. Nth power of gross. We've got cows, I can't say ever. No, Levi, it's because they spread manure on the fields. It's the manure they spread on the fields. That's what I mean by Cowtown. The cows themselves don't stink. It's the fact that they spread manure on the fields during, like, the end of spring. So the entire area just smells like fucking cow shit. Yeah. I weirdly like manure smell.
I am a little
Jesus,
lost about
Eggy.
the story. Explain for me, please.
What story, Valiant Boy? The one I'm writing right now or the one I was talking about?
What's you were actually talking about?
Sorry, I don't remember. Was I talking about this story? Oh, I was saying that, like, wasn't I saying that he's gonna...
LMAOWTF.
True, Valiant Boy, true. I don't know, don't ask me. I'm only the streamer. You know how I am.
Best detox answer.
True. Cow tongue so nasty to cook. You have to boil it, then peel the skin off, then dump the water, then boil it again. It is vomit inducing until after the second boil. And only then can you begin to flavor it. Can you boil it, mash it, stick it in a stew? True, Eggy Boy. Okay, so he takes the... I think I was talking about this. He takes the purse, but he tries to. There's too many people. He can't get the person away into, like, an alley. He's, like, having a conversation
Bro
with them,
literally
right?
forgot about what he's actually writing.
No, Valiant Boy, I just didn't know what I was talking about. Because Gaia have a cult dedicated to them. Eggy Mayo? Technically... Yes, that would be the Beastmen, because the Beastmen are the only ones who have religion, and they worship the dragons, who worship
so what the heck
the
is this
planet.
egg woman conversation? Yo WTFXD.
Wait, Valiant Boy, were you talking about the fact we were talking about women's eggs? I don't even remember where that original concept came from. Like, what sparked that? Oh, we were talking about Gaia being inside of an egg. Yeah, we were talking about Gaia being a human inside of an egg, and then the human, like, youth generation? If you don't like tangents, you deaf in the wrong spot, lol. True, Sean. I should have called, well, I mean, that's another, intoxication is another word for tangent. It's a tangent that is so in-depth you forget the world. It's like you're fucking drunk on that tangent. But anyway, so the main characters will be talking to Gaia inside of the shell when she's there. The cult that is dedicated to the shell is actually the dragons, because the dragons worship Gaia because they know everything, and they've been there since the beginning. Put tangents as a tag on stream. Can I do that? I haven't changed my tags. How do I do that?
So that's the story? Thank you.
Where are even tags? Wait, are they on the front in, like, my bio or something?
I just asked that XD.
Yeah, Valiant, but like I said, I couldn't remember because we were talking about, like, 4 different things, so I don't remember what the original one was. So I was hoping you would say the story that I'm writing, because that one I know what I'm talking about with. I've been thinking about it for, like, 4 days now. Yeah, I have absolutely no idea where tags are. But that would be funny if I could find it. Because, like, I've got, like, my bio here, and I know I have a place that has tags. Is it under, like, edit stream info? It is! Okay, here we go. Oh my god. You can only use 10 tags. Okay, we're getting rid of... English, because it's we don't give a fuck. We're getting rid of English for tangents. Yes, because it already shows that the language is English. There you go. It says at the bottom there now. Where is it? It just showed it. There it is. Tangent.
Even Google Translate fed up to explain me what's tangent meaning.
Tangent? Tangent is when you just keep going on and on about something that's kind of not really relevant to the main subject. It's like me.
I am a baguette man.
I'm writing a story about a thief stealing stuff and getting caught, but we're talking about women's maternal eggs. That's a tangent. You completely derail the original topic and just completely talk about something else. If we were a trivia
Thank
team,
you.
we could be the tangentials. Tangentials.
Perfect, I got the context now.
Okay, there you go, Valiant Boy. So, true. So his reaction is to leave the situation. His dilemma is he's in the middle of a conversation. His decision? So the world building is about germs living inside an egg inside a woman's womb. True, 13. You could definitely interpret it in that way. Love the concept. I mean, anything works as long as you know, like, what you're trying to tell your audience. And you know what kind of audience you want to curate. Reloaded page so I can see the tangent tag. It's a good time, man. We love that shit. Okay, so he's in the middle of a conversation. There's too many people. His decision. He has to piss. So this conversation is about getting some chick's phone number. So he wants to get the chick's phone number, but, you know, there's too many people around that he's kind of just amping it up to get her to go to another place so we can get her alone so we can steal her phone. Goddess Aphrodite, one of my feline overlords, has made herself known to approve of your stream. Either that or she's going into heat. I mean, could be both. You never know. It could be both, right? Okay, so the first one is trying to take a phone. Second one's trying to take a purse. Okay, let's change that. So the first one's to take a purse. Second one's to take a phone.
Welcome everyone to the Itox Castle X. You found the checkpoint. Here you can chill, relax, breathe, and feeling better.
True, Valium boy. That's what we preach around here. So his goal. What else is there to steal? Yay! A save point. Bro pinned himself. I know, right, Iggy? But hey, I told him he's the god of the stream. What am I gonna say if I say he's the god of the stream and then he enacts being god of the stream? Right? I mean, I can't really say shit. Not my fault. It's just how it is. So you try to steal like some guy's backpack?
Eggies because I always used to pin a good vibe text before you came. My bro X.
It's true, Valiant Boy has been doing this for a long time. What are you stuck on? I had to mute the stream for a sec. Things that you can steal. So he's trying to take a purse. Or he takes a purse. He tries to take a phone. So then I guess he takes another phone. So let's say we say he. Yeah, so I was thinking like jewelry. I'm like, how does he like... I mean, people that have sleight of hand are easy at doing that, right? Like, he's literally like doing the thing where he's going up to people and being like, hey, do you know where this is? And then, you know, getting into a conversation with them, trying to get directions from them, basically distracting them. And then as soon as they're distracted, they're like, oh yeah, it's over there. And, you know, takes their watch. Oh, a watch. That's perfect. A watch. See? Boom. Inspiration. Steal a watch. I guess this is actually steal a phone. Steal a purse. You're back in 30 minutes, I think. You good, bro? Yeah, man. Hell yeah, Valiant boy. See you in a bit, bro. Sounds good. Thanks for lurking. This one's going to be like a slow motion scene. And it's going to be the clasp on the watch is broken. So it's like hard to like open. So almost gets caught. Reaction. Trying to think. That have an isekai cheat ability that makes a story near impossible, yet doesn't actually make the main character overpowered. What kind of ability would that be? I read MC as Minecraft. Yup, the language of the topic of the stream is important for abbreviation internet language. True, 13. True. Like, I always like just for, like, humor's sake, like, the idea of the rewriting history when you die. But the contrast of, like, the time machine idea where it's like you can't really change history. So it's just actually you just dying over and over and over and over again in different ways until you just resign that there's no way to change it. And it's just like an infinite, like, wish, like the you know, wish from a genie in a bottle to be able to rewrite time. And the only way to rewrite time is to die. But you can't actually rewrite time. So it's like you forced yourself into a situation where you basically die. And then you try to change the outcome, but you always wind up just dying. And it's like the curse of the wish. And now you're like eternally stuck with basically reliving your death every day. And the genie's just sitting there laughing at you. Never trust a wish. The permanent ability to permanently summon any vehicle the main character knows about into existence within line of sight. Having the technology altered to fit the universe's laws while performing as expected, and all relevant knowledge being made available instantly and permanently in a pseudo-brain that exists in a subspace, accessing as quickly and accurately as a supercomputer while feeling natural, yet unassailable to exterior methods of information extraction. Kind of like Rimaru's Sage ability in Reincarnated as a Slime. Because that sounds a lot like Reincarnated as a Slime.
Cute Muffins rated my
Jesus!
stream with 7 viewers.
Cute Muffin, you are
members
popping
to
the
the stream.
fuck off. 7 viewers. Damn, son.
Be outside.
Hell yeah, brother.
Well, I will be there.
Thanks for the raid, man.
You find Brozowski.
Daddy's home.
Muffin President.
True. I told you. I told you, Muffin, if you fucking start streaming, you're gonna pop off, because people love to see that shit when it comes to anything that's, like, world record breaking. Like, that's, and it's like just chill, sit in the background, you don't really have to pay attention, you just turn on the stream and you watch the records pile up. It's fucking great. President Muffin. I'll vote for you, Muffin. So first thing you summon is Danuba class runabout from Star Trek. Then once in orbit, summon the Sovereign class Enterprise, which essentially replaces all standard tropes. Damn, Sean. That went hardcore out of this world. Because I guess, yeah, I'd never think about actually, you know, vehicle being a spaceship from a fictional world. Well, let's just conjure up the Death Star. I'm gonna switch to phone. Alright, sounds good, Muffin. Thank you for the raid, good sir. And welcome in, Raiders. We are a writing and reading channel. We play video games as well, but mainly do writing content and reacts, engaging with the chat, having a good time, just talking about
Valiant
stuff.
Boy Twitch gifted. Cute Muffin Wings. Thank you for supporting the community, Valiant Boy Twitch. Congratulations on your wings, Cute Muffin. Valiant Boy Twitch gifted a tier 1 sub to Cute Muffin. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Yes, it worked.
You deserve
Thank
my
you.
boy X.
Thank you, thank you for the gifted sub, Valium Boy. Oh my god, that was hilarious. Thank you, thank you. Hey, not a bad idea. The Death Star give you your own world to fill with people like you. One thing I do with the Enterprise is take away all slaves and strand all slave takers or dealers on otherwise uninhabited islands with no tools. Just make them fight it out between each other. I mean, at that point, you have a transporter, right? If you're in space and there's nothing that can stop you, you can literally teleport anyone, anywhere on the planet. Like, you just combine Star Trek technology with Star Wars technology. Now you have, I don't know, I'd say, like, you know the lasers from Star Trek? Well, now they're like the strength of, like, lightsabers. So you have, like, lasers that can literally, like almost split planets in half. At that point, you're also a slaver, surely. Oh my god, I have 999 plus messages. I would believe that, Muffin. I mean, if you talk 100 messages, which is one every 5 minutes for 10 hours? That's only like 2 streams, maybe. So that'd be like 20 streams, so 20 days. You've been here for what, a month and a half? Yeah, that's easy to do. And I always do what I promise. True Valium Boy, you deserve to be a sub. We all have 999 plus? Hell yeah. You guys are all dedicated to the stream. Thank you for that. Engaging with chat is one of the biggest things. So he's gonna do something like, action test of finger strength. No, that doesn't really work. No, because I'm not ordering them to do anything, just dropping them outside civilization because they don't want to be civilized. Well, the slaves I take away wouldn't have their collars, and all branding would be removed by the tech in sickbay. The collars would be found where the slave themselves were at time of transport. True. See, Sean, you're thinking super deep into this. I love it. Yeah, see, 2 months and 8 days. Damn, guys, it's been 2 months. Alright, everyone throw down an L. Damn, I never get double digits. Fuck. Am I at least good? 163%. Okay, today's story is going to be fucking epic, guys. We got this. So much for a sub. 3 average length. 3 centimeters. Oh, better than 1. True. It's quicker. Rather than stealth. Dilemma could attract more attention. Decision.
Muffin, you good so?
Finish the job. Stay on track. Okay. And then this one is Steal Wallet. Conflict. The wallet is stuck to the man's pocket, and now thief's hand as well. Disaster. The person who tried to steal from was undercover cop. He tells the most ridiculous story about how he is trying to prevent the wallet
How was your day, Muffin?
falling out of the person's pocket. Dilemma: he has other stolen goods on him, such as a phone and a watch. Decision: warrants his arrested. Solemnly getting inside the police car. Alright, there we go. So, I guess actually one thing I should be doing, because like, there are things that I need to start making habit of. And the one that I've been doing most recently is when I'm reading a story that I'm going to turn into a short story on the Short Stories YouTube channel, then I will turn off my local recording and start recording again and have it as a separate video so it's easy to pick out, so I don't have to go through and double edit everything. And then with nice, cute Muffin. Hell yeah. Throw up those emotes. We got everything going. I don't know why the smoking one's not working. Oh yeah, it's because it's Twitch. But you can
Muffin's
do
Day.
Toke with if you have BTTV emotes, then you can see these in chat, and if not, then they just appear on screen. So it just doesn't work. It doesn't work with Tard, because that's a derogatory apparently, and it doesn't work with Goon because that's derogatory. But you can do on Kick, Goon, and Tard. Or you can attack people. Too many lurkers.
WW3.
True. This stream is going to start World War III. I believe it. Yeah, okay. So here comes the main part. So we have this entire story structure, right?
Muffin was the only goat not sub.
So then we go to Discord. We go to the Discord channel. We go to where is it? Plot outline.
He deserved that a minute.
And we drop this into the plot outline. And now if anyone wants to write the story, you can go to the Discord on the plot outline, and we have like a lot of plot outlines. And as you go through them, they kind of start to like get more and more advanced. And now here's another thing is, all right, everyone in chat, type in your favorite author. We're gonna make an author command, and that's how we're gonna run the AI. Don't know what happens, what weapons World War III will be fought with, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. That's a quote.
Favorite what?
But I don't remember who said it. Was that hold on. I don't know if that was von Braun or not. No, that was Einstein. That was Einstein. I was like, I know it was someone of that time. But I wasn't sure if it was Einstein or von Braun who said that. Okay, so we got Herman Melville. Anyone else? Or maybe Dante, but he's kind of a one-hit wonder. Tamara Pierce.
WW3 is Walter White Tress.
I'm gonna say, for now, I don't even remember how to spell those. Yeah, Jonathan Stroud. So that's mine, Jonathan Stroud. Bartimaeus series. Good luck with your stream.
OMG Valium's jokes is falling apart.
Nikolai Gogol. Gogol.
Scott Cawthon, Ellie Cooper, Andrea Wagoner.
Okay. Goodbye, 13 the Legend. Truth, thank you for stopping
Our
by,
favorite
13.
actor?
No. Favorite writer. We're building author. So we can do exclamation point author, and it'll pick an author for us. And then we can write the story in the guise of that author. Glamo Musso? We have to throw David Weber on this. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We need one more. We need 10. We need one more. Oh. I missed these two. Robin McKinley. Anne McCaffrey. Okay, we have 11. Let's see if this works. Let's build this. Botrix. Commands. Add. Author. Where is this? Here.
Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Madame de Stael.
Chat commands. Random list. Oops, I'm a fucking idiot. Stroud. Google Scott. Cawthon. Ellie Cooper. Oh, I have caps on it. What's going on? Oops.
I have another.
Yeah, the top
Isaac
5 most
Smoldex.
iconic French writers. Okay, we can add more. So what were the ones Valium said? Jonathan Brooks. Mitchell Scott Earl. William Arkin. Kenneth Arndt. Dennis Diderot? William is a real criminal, killed 12 kids in the 90s. Reading the series. This FNAF imagination is crazy. It's like my poop. I had to reload to see subtag. Ah, true Valium boy. Alright, so we have authors. Now we gotta go stream elements. Chatbot, chat commands, custom commands, new command, author, advanced settings, 1 and 1. Oh, I forgot to put the first part. We'll have to figure out what the first part is. First, we gotta do this, which is super annoying. The data center when you send this request, though. No, it's the data center when you send this request. Shit. God damn it! I can't believe I can't do this. Wait, is it? I don't understand what's going on. It's not working. I'm gonna try and redeem it from here. Rewards. It's not even on here? Wait, what? Okay, I gotta see what the fuck this is. Why is this not working? I did it right. I don't know why it's not working.
What's the prob, sir?
Shop. Buy. Holy shit, I don't know why it wasn't working. True. Okay, we gotta do this stupid thing. This one's annoying, but it's okay. Whoops. Good thing I know
Why
who that
you are
is.
crying, my lil cloudy muffin?
Lo-fi dial-up beats to study and relax to. True, Eggy. True. Okay, there we go. Now we go to chat commands, and we go to this one, which is random pick. Back here, random pick. Grab this. Go response type, random pick, space. All of these. Wow, I'm retarded. Close parenthesis. And we want to say okay, they work now, or they should work now. So let's try. So we go exclamation point author, Glamoo Maso, and author Dennis Diderot. Okay, so now what we do is we take those two names, right? No, plot outline. We take the plot. We go to Grok. And we say, write a 2,000 to 3,000, oops. Write 2,000 to 3,000 word short story about place the plot. Right. Using a combination of... Oh shit, I'm an idiot.
I took most famous Ritter French IDK the fuck 1% about what they wrote.
Right, using a combination of... and... writing styles. Alright, you guys ready? That sound as the OGM for your voicemail will automatically remove you from all telemarketers. The AI assumes your number is a fax line. Damn!
Valium got only half of the brain.
This guy knows the hacks of the fucking world, man. Valium got only half of a brain.
Sorry for that, but it's real, he's really dumb. No, half of Valium's brain only has half a brain. How many brains does Valium have?
Anybody want to add anything to this? I like to say, right from the perspective of the thief. First person. I'm a fountain of useless information. Rarely does it ever come out as important. People put too much emphasis on the importance of such said information instead of the just pure existence of said such information, right? I think the existence of such information is just as worth as much as anyone would consider the value of that information. It's like you have to place your own value on it. From the perspective of the thief, first person.
Yeah, and like you can see, he can't speak English and writing like a brain dead dude.
True. But hey, you can speak English better than I can speak French. So... True. You have to place your own value on it. Blood, that's just how values work. Because the smartest person in the world is the one that knows they know nothing, as they will always attempt to learn more. Well, the smartest man is the one that says, yes, ma'am. True, Sean, true. Yeah.
IBRB bro. Go finish a cursed movie.
Okay, Valiant Boy. But, yeah, anyone want to add any type of, like, special little quote or piece to the story? Like, I like to say, personify the thief's, compulsive theft. Skill as a thief. Skill of the thief. To the sneak in the names of 3 Beatles songs. Sneak in the names of 3 Beatles songs. Personify the skill of the thief to the... Three songs. I was gonna say 3 song names. It's usually pretty good at stuff like that. Personify the skill of the thief to the how do you say this? Like the mental state of people towards money. Grind set? I am giving it special parameters to make it seem more directed. Like the way that the language is used, how it interacts with the story, and what like poetic or you know, things that you want in it to like, what are you trying to like, what's the moral of this story? Like, what are you trying to bring out? It's a tree growing its roots underground, hidden and silent. Anyone else want to add anything? A way to present this person, like maybe something about their backstory, you know? Maybe something about one of the tourists they're interacting with. And here I am, getting way too ahead of myself. I knew I deleted too many things, but I didn't realize what I deleted was the most important thing. we didn't do this. The intro, rising action, climax, falling action, conclusion. The main heart of the story. We didn't write this. Overly brainy tourist making a seemingly difficult mark. Perfect. Perfect. And then it just adds more personality and more structure to the story, more direction, gives the AI, you know, more to work with. Because the more, like, we've been slowly doing this over a while, and it's like the more we give it to work with and the deeper we get into it, the longer we tend to get the story before the AI breaks and basically starts repeating itself because it's run out of basically things to pull from. So now we wind up with having this, like, extremely long, drawn-out scene sequence, which, again, is like, if I can just structure short stories like this and get good at this, it's going to be easier to structure the novel scene by scene. That's why one of the short stories we're going to do is a series of adventurers, which is like the prequel to the book. That's kind of going to show exposition, and it's just going to be like a side thing just for the purpose of teaching me how to write the book without actually writing the book, you know? So it'll be like a shitty version of the book, but give me a direction to go and a template to work with and like practical skills to learn and use so that when I do fully write the book, it can be the masterpiece I believe it should be. Like, I can do it justice. That's what I need. I need to gain the skill to write this book and give it justice. The justice it deserves. As beautiful as it is in my head, what I want to portray to people. Standing on edge of a sidewalk, surrounded by pedestrians. He is looking around for a new mark. Steady defiance, preparing to tear the unbound from its foundation. Seeking his target. Begins a conversation. Find the nearest hotel. Physical location near the local library and a university. Tourist thinking of transferring to the university and is exploring the area. A wise owl statue with glasses and a graduation cap is on prominent display outside the library. No! Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to hold down shift. No, I don't care about that. New one. Put spaces here so we can put the rest of that in there. Physical location near the local library and university. Tourists thinking of transferring to the university is exploring the area. Wise old owl. Overly brainy tourist making seemingly difficult mark. Interesting. Love it. Okay. What's the first one? So, gold, steal purse, distract person, notice his phone gone. Okay, well we have to change that or that's going to completely fuck everything. Purse. Sneaks away under the guise of stating he saw someone take the purse and disappears towards a library to get his next mark. Library, he encounters formidable foe. Student, perceptive, maintains his guard at all times. Losing his last mark left him a bit discouraged, but this new fancy looking with a nice watch a great product. Stress the man conversation about the falling stock market. He then asks the man about where he thinks the best place to eat is. Street food vendor nearby selling meat skewers with fragrant sauce, the scent of wafting around, adding to the distractions available. Love it. Which is funny because I'm literally just typing about him asking for places to eat. So that works just like absolutely perfectly in hand. He distracts the man with conversation about the falling stock market. Group of university students putting on a public poetry reading, adding more confusion for the senses. This one up here in order. It is struggles to get the watch off the man's wrist without alerting him. Barely. Sneaking off into the crowd, the man turns around. Obvious target. The man with his wallet hanging out of his pocket. Calmly starts to synchronize his footsteps and walks behind the man, inching closer as he silently grasps for his wallet. His fingers stick to the wallet. The wallet sticks to the man's pocket. The man pulls out a badge and says, "What are you doing? Trying to steal?" Thief tries to explain he wasn't stealing, he was stopping the wallet from falling out of his pocket but the thief has other stolen merchandise on him, so he is arrested and put in a cop car. Boom. How come you use Grok? Because it's free. And DeepSeek breaks after like 500 words. So Grok is free and it just works. Random car backfire from rusty old station wagon. Alright, you think we're good, guys? I'm gonna add this to the Discord because we didn't put this in the Discord. Clock tower at the university rings whatever time. Okay, I think this is the most advanced story we're gonna get. I'm interested to see how it weaves these points in, because I've never done it this extensively, right? Wait, why does it say? What happened to the other part? Oh my god, something went wrong here. It's supposed to say right in the style.
I am about to make a donation.
Right using a combination of styles between... who was that other author? There it is. Dennis Diderot. Okay, here we go. The Thief's Tale, a dance of roots and regrets. Cat screeches as dog chases it down an alley, barking madly. Diderot's philosophical introspection and Muso's taught. Emotional pacing woven with the thief's first-person voice and the personified skill is a living, growing entity. How do I say this? Restructure the story into full sentences and paragraphs. Remove the subtext, or what would you call this? Like the conflict, disaster, reaction, dilemma. I'm just gonna say restructure it. Restructured, sort written, full sentence paragraphs with outline markers removed. Outline markers, there you go. Narrative means remains a blend. Okay, yeah, no, this is what we want. And this will give us some inspiration for what to do. Action, reaction scenes. Yeah, the idea of the structure of it, right? So I think it. I was like, it'll probably come up with something if I just remove the, and it did outline markers. That's basically what it is. That's the perfect way to put it. That's another reason I like AI, is it puts the things that I can't think of into actual words. I'm like, what is this? It's an outline marker. Okay, here we go. We got ourselves a fucking story, boys. All right. It's going to be a very interesting story, let's just say that. Okay, here we go. We're going to take a toke, and then we're going to do this. And then we're going to write our story. And our story's probably going to be, like, pretty different. But I had to open a window. It's fucking hot in here, man. Oy. This. Look at this. It's 27 motherfucking degrees in here. Like, between the TV and the PC, it raises the temperature by like 6 or 7 degrees. Might as well be streaming from a friggin' closet. And then you guys can rate which story you think is better. My story or the AI story. My mic is fucking falling over because I bumped it. Stupid thing. It's like super delicate. Alright, there we go. The Thief's Tale. Vancouver, 2015. I stand on the edge of a sidewalk near the local library. A shadow swallowed by the swarm of pedestrians. The city hums around me. Shouts pierce the air, footsteps clatter against concrete, and the faint, savory tang of meat skewers wafts from the street vendor nearby. My skill, that silent tree of cunning, has spread its roots deep beneath the surface of my being. Hidden and steady, it coils underground, defying the world above, feeding on the chaos of human distraction. Today, those roots twist towards a new mark, a fresh foundation to tear loose from its unsuspecting owner. I spot her first, a tourist, her camera dangling like a ripe fruit from her neck. She's chattering to a companion about finding the nearest hotel, her purse swaying carelessly at her side. Perfect. I slide into her orbit with a smile as smooth as polished leather. "Excuse me," I say, my voice a soft hum. A beetle weaving through the noise of the city. "Did you say hotel? There's a decent one just down by Granville Street." She nods, grateful, and I let my roots stretch, testing, probing. Leather strap brushes my fingertips as I edge closer, the fabric of her jacket rustling against my sleeve. "Say," I murmur, leaning in conspiratorially, "I think I just saw someone eyeing your bag over there." Her head snaps around and my roots plunge deeper, silent as a whisper. Sharp gasp escapes her lips as her hand flies to her side. "My bag!" she cries, and the crowd ripples with her alarm. My heart thumps like a drum, a frantic beat urging flight, but I can't expose myself by bolting. Too hasty, too obvious. The roots of my skill tremble beneath the surface, urging caution. I turn, casual as a breeze, and melt into the densest knot of the crowd, slipping toward the library's grand doors. The wise owl statue looms ahead, glasses perched on its beak, graduating cap tilted jauntily, a sentinel of knowledge mocking my petty craft. Inside, the air cools, thick with the scent of old paper and ink. The library buzzes softly, students murmuring, pages turning. My roots coil again, seeking the next mark. A young man near the stacks catches my eye, thumbs tapping on his screen. A tourist, maybe, judging by his backpack and the way he cranes his neck at the architecture. He's muttering about transferring to university nearby. Overly brainy, overly distracted. My fingers itch for the metal gleam of his phone, but there are too many people. A group of students is gathered outside for a poetry reading, their voices rising and falling like waves. Eleanor Rigby picks up the rice in a church where a wedding has been. The words tangle with the bustle, a cacophony of sound. I can't get him away. The crowd presses too closely, a living wall. My roots retract, frustrated, curling back into the soil of my mind. He's mid-conversation now, something about getting a girl's number, his voice smug. I can't linger without drawing eyes. "Gotta piss," I mutter, to no one, and slip away, brushing past the owl statue again. Clock tower at the university chimes 3, its deep toll rolling over the city like a wave. Outside, the scent of fragrant sauce from the street vendor hits me, meat skewers dripping with promise. My stomach growls, my roots are restless, hungry for more than food. Fancy-looking man strides by, his wrist glinting with a silver timepiece. His polished suit crisp, shoes gleaming. My roots stretch towards him, silent and sure. I sidle up, striking up chatter about the falling stock market. "Rough day for investors, eh?" He nods, distracted, and my fingers raise the metal, but the clasp snags, refusing to yield. His head jerks as my hand lingers too long, and his brow furrows. "What are you?" I act quicker, not stealthier. My roots surge, abandoning their quiet growth for a desperate lunge. Speed could attract more attention. The poetry students are still droning. Here, there, and everywhere, and a rusty station wagon backfires nearby, jolting the crowd. Eyes could turn my way. I flash a grin, ask him where the best place to eat is, and with a final twist, the watch is mine. I vanish into the throng as he turns, none the wiser. The city pulses around me, buildings tower like sentinels, the shouts of vendors blend with the students' verses. My roots hum with triumph, the watch, a heavy fruit in my pocket, but they're not sated yet. Then I see him, a man, wallet peeking from his back pocket like a taunt, obvious, easy. I sync my steps with his, the fabric of his coat brushing my knuckles as I close in. The crowd thins here, near the university's edge, and the clock tower rings 4. My fingers curl around the leather, but it clings to his pocket, and now to my hand. A trap, snapping shut. Sweat beads on my neck as I tug. He spins, badge flashing in the sunlight. What are you doing? Trying to steal? His voice cuts through the air, sharp as a blade. I stammer, ridiculous. Steal? No, mate. I was just... Your wallet was falling out. See? I was helping. My roots thrash beneath the surface, tangling in panic. The watch and phone weigh heavy in my pockets, damning evidence. His eyes narrow, scanning me, and the crowd slows. Curious. I'm done. Fuck, I mutter under my breath, the word a bitter taste on my tongue. My roots wither, exposed and shriveled, as he cuffs me. The metal bites my wrists, cold and unyielding. I slide into the police car, head bowed, the city's sounds fading to a dull roar. It began with the purse. I'd slipped away from that tourist under the guise of chasing her phantom thief, her shouts fading as I ducked into the library. The owl statue watched me go, its shone eyes wise and accusing. Inside, I'd eyed the brainy tourist with his phone, but the poetry reading, yesterday all my troubles seemed so far away, and the press of bodies foiled me. I'd left restless, the scent of meat skewers teasing my senses. Then came the watch, that polished man, his distracted chatter about stocks. My roots had stretched, bold and quick, snagging the prize. I'd barely escaped, the station wagon's backfire masking my retreat. Triumph had sung in my veins, a fleeting high. But the wallet, oh, the wallet, that was my undoing. I'd seen the trap too late. My roots snared in a snare of my own making. The cop's badge had gleamed like a guillotine, and my lie, pathetic, threadbare, had unraveled in an instant. Stolen goods in my pocket sealed my fate, heavier than any stone. Now the car rolls through Vancouver streets, the buildings blurring past, the hustle and bustle fade, the smell of food stalls replaced by the stale air of confinement. My skill, that once proud tree, lies uprooted, its roots severed by my own hand. I lament in silence, a thief no more, only a man caught in the snare of his own defiance. That's not too bad. That there, that there, back to this, change this, back to this, change that, there, and now we can do, let's try this, see if this is any good. Alright. I'm gonna take another toke, and then we're gonna write this story, guys. Now that we have some inspiration, and some thought, and some angle to go to. What would have been ironic is if there were a pawn shop in the area too. Some place he'd want to frequent but couldn't because it was too close to where he nicked his prizes. Maybe making that, like, he's, like, near the end of the story, like, he's confidently walking towards the pawn shop, and it's like, the cop is specifically patrolling around the pawn shop, because he's, like, with the wallet hanging out of his pocket, because it's like, oh, you know, he seems like he's literally trying to make himself the easiest mark ever. It's like, a thief walking towards the pawn shop is going to be like, ooh, sneak. Okay, that's another one. Let's go. You know what I mean? So that's actually fucking perfect. I'm stealing that and putting that at the end of the story, and that's going to be like, he's going to be walking confidently and be like, look at that. Just a little... I'm almost fuck! So it's like you're like 90% there, but all you had to do was, it was so obviously a trap. Make it a better trap. He thinks he's gotten away with the wallet. Cop that follows him in to catch his fence as well as him. Well, kind of the whole point of it is supposed to be like based off of like a bait car, so you're supposed to feel like instantly trapped. And the whole point is supposed to be the excuses that he gives as to why he was grabbing the cop's wallet. Because I think it... Just thinking. Fences aren't what makes the pickpocket economy work. They're a dime a dozen, but pickpocketers are the risk takers. Yeah. And it's kind of like people that steal cars, right? It's like, it's something that's like, you walk past 100 cars trying to figure out which one is unlocked, right? And you find that one that's unlocked, you're like, yes! 13 is back. I can make a really bad joke, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I read that scam emails are written in bad English because those people won't realize it's a scam. Yeah, it's like a filtering mechanism. The people that notice it are too smart to be scammed, so they're basically filtered out of the system, and then the people that are too dumb to figure out that it's spelled wrong are the ones that are most likely to get scammed. It's like the kind of same thing with like ad blocks, where it's like ad blocks are good for companies at a certain point, because like for instance someone like me, like no matter how many ads you throw at me, I'm never gonna buy your product, so you're wasting a view with your ad ship towards me. So it's better for me to have an ad blocker, and it's better for you to have an ad blocker, because I'm never going to buy your product. I'm going to steal your product, because it's probably going to be a TV show, or because if it's like anything I'm going to buy into, it'd be like a TV show, and I'm going to pirate it. And you're not going to get the money anyways. So your ad value is 0 for me. So it's better for me to have ad block, and it's better for you. I've never considered consciously bought something because of an ad. The only thing I've bought because of an ad is something that's like practical. Like I am currently in the process of getting a Henson razor, because I've seen it around for a while. I've heard really good things about it, and I shave a lot, and I shave my entire body, so it's fucking annoying, and it's fucking expensive, and blades fucking suck, so I want to try the Henson and see if that's good. I almost got McDonald's, but didn't because I saw their billboard earlier that day. Yeah, see, sometimes you'll even go against it. You know, there was a story about cops that set up a bait truck to catch thieves, but the attorneys claimed it is entrapment. I find that BS, because nobody told them to take things from that truck. They made the choice. If they weren't a thief, they wouldn't have been tempted. True. That's why I think the coercion factor to it is such bullshit when it comes to bait cars. It's like, that's like saying if you leave your house unlocked, it's illegal for people to steal from you because you left your house unlocked. Kind of agree with the attorney. I wouldn't get mad at my dog if he ate a steak I left in front of his face. Yeah, but that's bullshit, because that's not the same thing. That's treating a person like an animal. And it's like, if an animal would do that, they should be in jail anyways. Because it's not like the guy was like, oh, yeah, no, I was stealing the truck to return it to its owner. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay? Doesn't make any sense. The cop tells you to take something from a location, then arrest that person. That is entrapment. Yes. Yes. If like he was like, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, here's the keys. You wanna, you know, I'll give you 75%. You go do it. I'm just giving you the idea, you know, and the keys. Here you go. Wee-oo, 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 wee-oo. No, you're under arrest now. What? Yep. If you want to watch a really, really good psychological show that has to do with that, with an amazing actor, Fracture. With Anthony Hopkins. Fucking amazing movie. So fucking good. All about entrapment. 13, can't focus. Police are a sad consequence of industrialization and urbanization. Bring back night watchmen. I mean, you gotta have something to enforce the laws or things go crazy. I just think pay the police more, make it so police can only work a certain amount of hours, give way more incentive for people to be police officers, and give police officers way more training. And, like, siphon out the bad police officers. I'd love to pace about the town with a lamp saying, who goes there and such. True. Just walking through, bro. Getting off work, walking home. He's got a gun! What do you mean I've got a gun? He's black. What? I'm not black. Oh, fuck. Why'd you tase me? He's fighting back! Shoot him! I think U.S. police training can be like 4 weeks. Yeah, it's something fuck, and it's like they do that to. That's like how they try to incentivize people to become police officers. Like, oh, you don't need that much training. It's like they lower the bar of entry instead of doing some other incentive to get people, like, paying them more. Even just to be a Navy sailor, it was 6 months and way less responsibility. Yeah, true. No one can say no to donuts. Oh, I wonder if I can find this clip. I can't find it, but it's like a guy speeds past a cop car, and the cop pulls him over, and the guy was like, the cop's like, like, why'd you do that? And the guy's like, oh, it's give a cop a donut day, and he gives the cop a donut, and the cop just like bursts out laughing and lets him go. I don't think illegally obtained genuine evidence should be thrown out in court. Rather, the cops who take said evidence should be punished separately. That way, the kidnapper gets taken off the street, and the cop can proudly sacrifice their job to make it happen. Yeah, true. Like, oh, they took this evidence illegally, so it's not real evidence. Oh, but, like, it is evidence because they actually did it. Yeah, but we can't prosecute because it's such a fucking stupid idea. It's like the evidence exists. So yeah, I think you're right. They should be treated as two separate things. It shouldn't exempt the evidence, but it should remove that officer from the case and cost them their job. We need physical requirements in the UK again. Yeah, I don't know what's going on in the UK, but Canada's pretty fucked too, so 5 feet women just aren't good at it. Yeah, it's like there at some point in time, it's like you don't put a 5'2", 90-pound girl as a bouncer at a fucking nightclub where a bunch of, let's say, specifically gym dudes go to. First of all, you ain't gonna get no respect, and you ain't gonna get the fucking job done. So you probably fucking die. Exactly, the women can be really good at diffusing and dealing with kids and women. Could be good backup, I mean... Sure, but it puts everyone else at a disadvantage. There's so many times I've seen them get overrun by just one scrawny junkie. Well, you gotta think about it too. Like, when you're like a junkie and you're fucked up and shit, right? Like, it's kind of like me with my seizures and stuff when I go into like my dissociative state. It's like, I'm a small guy, but like, with that, like, at that point I don't have my muscle limiters on, and I can like do pretty much anything. And, like, I've freaking punched cops. I kicked my mom across the room. I've freaking, like, punched and kicked paramedics, firefighters. Like, I've tried to, like, break out of my restraints in, like, a restraining gurney from a ambulance. Like, wouldn't want to tangle with that woman on a good day, but on a bad day, holy crap, mass male extinctions inbound, size doesn't matter. Yeah, shit happens, man. It's a scary thing, but that's how it is. No incel, by the way, LMAO. In an ideal world, every policewoman is like Officer Jenny. True, Eggy. More there for emotional support than anything else, right? Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. The goal of a police officer should always be to make their chosen job be useless. when you're gooning to lolly with your bro and he's saying, "Okay, boys, we've gathered enough," into his shirt collar. I mean, the second part goes over my head, Eggy boy or Eggy Mayo. He's radioing the police. It's gonna be terrible to say, but I'm on Asmon's, like, kind of side with it, where it's like, take all the steps back from all the bullshit and everything that people say and everything that like, is society, and look at comparisons towards things and reasons why rules exist towards stuff. And for that purpose, the main reason is a victim. And for the purposes of not having a victim, does that make the thing not supposed to be, like, or like make that more, acceptable within a boundary? You know what I mean? But it's the same thing as, like, you know, if you look at a Venn diagram of those kinds of people in Predators, that's closer than a Venn diagram of the entire population and Predators. Just like, you know, that equivalency can be made to a lot of other things as well. But at the end of the day, the question is, without a victim, is it still worth the same in a negative light? Right? And even it could be said to prevent. If in a world, having that prevented the victims, would it not be a good thing? That's philosophy, man. The questions you can ask are dark, deep, and fucked up. And the answers are things that people do not want to consider. But... or you could do, like, the whole Clockwork Orange with it, where you associate something with it that removes the idea of the desire for the person. Like, I think the idea behind the psychology of a Clockwork Orange is a very potent thing. Just the show shows it in such an extreme light, right? But it is basically adhering something negative towards the extreme of what you do, right? And then attaching something as a trigger towards it. Something very sad is that animal loving in the gross sense was made illegal in Washington State in the last 20 years. A guy died to a horse to make it happen. Yeah, Mr. Hands. Mr. Hands. And you gotta think, one of the main reasons for that as well is, like, disease. Like, interspecies mating is, like, a cesspool of disease. Because a lot of animals have diseases. So... that's, like, again, one of the main points for it, is, like, animal abuse and disease. If you can name this zone... I'll take off my shirt. Never ask a woman her age or an Afghan why his goat is wearing lipstick. My dad's friend always had a joke. So the guy goes into a bar. He's feeling kind of down. You know, he looks kind of down. Bartender looks at him and says, you know, like, you need a beer? He gives the guy a beer. And he's like, what's wrong? He's like, oh, you know, there's like things in life that you can like come back from. It's like, oh, you know, your wife divorced you. It's like, ah, yeah, you know, it is what it is, right? Bartender's like, yeah, makes sense, you know. He's like, but you fuck one goat, and you're a goat fucker for the rest of your life. Build 100 bridges, suck one dick. You're not a bridge builder, you're a dick sucker. Win the Olympics 100 times, fuck one goat, you're still a goat fucker. I don't know where this sentence was going, though. Oh, knowledge. Now, if GOAT was an acronym in that story, greatest of all time, then it should be a proud thing, but nobody would think of a GOAT in that sense, so your rep is destroyed regardless. True, Sean, very true. If someone... Okay, if Flash comes back to the ASL, and Soul Key beats Flash in the ASL finals in, like, ASL 20 or ASL 21... then we can officially say Soul Key fucked the GOAT. Because Flash is the GOAT of all games ever. He is the greatest gamer of all time. He has literally reinvented the game and made it so Terran is viable to play. Without Flash, without the ingenuity that Flash brought to StarCraft, StarCraft would have died 15, 20 years ago. But Flash was always making new innovations and teaching people how to play Terran better, and keeping Terran as the top race. Just consistently, even after, like, Bisu remaking ZVP, or PVZ. Vancouver mentioned, yes. Eggy Mayo, we are in Vancouver. The good old Mounties. We're in that place. We're in that spot. We're there. We're good. We got this. Gassy Jack the Goat. True. True, Eggy. That's what we're going for. But yeah, if you can name any of these zones, I will take my shirt off. I love that it's the God damn it, because you often say the words of that acronym. God damn it. GDI. God damn it! Fuck, son! Shit ain't real. Not no more. Parents of the GDI, can't recall what their acronym stands for, but I remember them saying GDI, put your guns to the sky, or something. I'm not quite familiar with that, or at least I don't remember being familiar with that. I'm not too into StarCraft 2, so... Do you have any Vancouver recommendations? I don't know if they still exist, but there's 3 nightclubs. The Red Room, the Cobalt, and... fuck, I can't remember the other one. But if you like going out to, like, nightclubs, they have, like, live shows with bands and stuff like that. Like, if you like, rock and, like, metal and stuff like that. At least, well, when I was in Vancouver, that's what they did. I don't know if they're still there. But yeah, there's 3 really good ones that do, like, live shows, or used to do live shows. If you go to Toronto, then I'd say Organ Grinder Pizza, because that's an experience I miss from Portland or Oregon back in the day. Sadly, keep missing Eastern Canada, keep ending up in Vancouver somehow. I mean, not gonna say it's a better place, but better place? I visit Tacoma a lot, if you know it. What makes Organ Grinder amazing is the theater pipe organ. And it's not just pipes, but also the other instruments hooked up to it. The thing resonates in your soul, or it feels like it. Nice. Your mom is piped. Ooh, nice, Levi. Love it. I like the bookstore in Portland, Powell's. I've never been outside of, like, basically the two places that I've lived. I'm a noob, I don't know anything, but I'm gonna take a toke, because I'm not quite sure how to address this one. Because he's gonna go up to him, you know, the guy's gonna ask him about something, they're gonna have a conversation. I'm not quite sure what that conversation is gonna be about. But I think maybe we can do stock markets and be like, well, you look like a fancy lad, you know, I'm looking for, and then, you know, like books on investment or how to do investment in the stock market. You seem like you would be up to that, you know? Maybe the guy is like looking at a book to do with economics or something like that. Powell's Books is an impressive store, to be sure. I was going to go to the famous donut place, but there was a homeless guy shitting and screaming in the doorway, so I left. I'm about 45 minutes north of Vancouver, down here, and have been to Powell's a couple times. Nice. I've been through it on the train. Famous donut place. Well, that's either Krispy Kreme or else Voodoo. Voodoo. Never heard of that. But I'm not a sweets person, so... Famous because they make bacon maple bar. Lots of other weird top donuts. Oh, beyond Portland was probably one of the worst places I've been. And I didn't have a car, so I had to walk everywhere. I'm a big guy, but the amount of mental, unwell, drugged, homeless people was frightening. So they say, man. That's what they say. It's a scary world out there. Don't get caught up in it. I'm running out of words to describe this guy. Every time I'm in an interaction, I'm like, well, is he? He's he, but then he's he, so who's he? If he's he, then he's he. You know? Who am I talking about? So I'm like, well, is the thief? Will we really need to call him a thief? This is my problem with writing in first person. Because it's easier to differentiate when you're in first person than it is in third person. Could you use a D&D character sheet to help you lay it all out? Probably, Egimeo. That might be a good idea. Fox spoke to the tall rabbit. I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna be direct. I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna say it because that's what the whole point is. Wait, Sean streams? Well, I followed him. I don't know, sorry, I was seeing if it worked on mobile. I don't know, he has 50 followers, he has 51 now. He's set for affiliate. Oh. See, I'm changing the tense again. What's the details of this character? None. So far. The only thing you know is that the guy sitting at the table is wearing a suit and a watch. He has combed hair. And the main character has a backpack. This guy's kind of like short, thin, and nimble. The thief. But I'm still debating, do I just go back and name him so I can just name drop him? But I just kind of want it to feel like you're not connected to him, you know? So it's like I don't want to name him. I want to call him names. Yes, he is stealing the watch. He's trying to distract the guy while he's inching his hands towards the watch, but the clasp on the watch is like damaged, so it won't click open so he can slide it off of the guy's wrist. Well, he gets the guy to flip through the book. Thief works just as a name. Yeah, I just don't want to use it that much. I think I've already used it twice. So it's like I kind of want to spread it out. No. Welcome back, Valium Boy. Sorry, I'm just really into this story right now. It's lock-in time, Valley. True. I say as I stare as my Outlook inbox with 1,100 unread work emails. Oof. That's a lot of work emails. Hmm. No. I'm gonna steal from that story. I like the idea of orbiting. I don't know. I'm not gonna say it's the best, but I think it's better than the AI one, but it's probably because I'm just biased. But like I said, it doesn't exactly follow the script. Kind of just goes off and on, does its own thing. But that's why we just keep writing, and hopefully we just get better as we go. Just keep at it. Do you ever upload them to AI and ask for feedback? Yes. But I haven't been doing that. But I have with them in the past. Same with like chapter 1 and the ending and everything. Go back through the history of Grok and I got a bunch on there, but I haven't done it recently because I don't really edit them. I mean, I just write them, and it is what it is. That's why we usually call it a speed run. So we're just trying to speed through it. How long you staying on for, dude? Probably in like 6 hours, because we'll read this. We'll play some Monster Hunter. So yeah, probably another hour and a half. That sounds good to me. I need to go grab a drink though before we read this. This has become a coworker stream for me. Hell yeah, brother. Glad to be here for you. My high school English teacher said the average story is rewritten at least 5 times, start to finish, prior to it being deemed passable. True. Oh. Maybe that's why people think my stories are AI garbage. It's wild how ruthless edits can be. Well, I mean... Chapter 1 is not going to look anything like the way it is when it's fully edited. Right? Probably same with even the ending of the book. Like the one that I said, or I read earlier. Probably going to be completely different than that. In the same, like, the same events will happen, but the way that it's described and everything. He was quite the character. He was teaching his college level English in high school. Nice. That's better than having a chemistry teacher as your physics teacher because they're waiting for the chemistry teacher to retire. Tis the way school works. So, point of the story. Rose on the chalky milk, hell yeah. Pacing. 1. 1, pacing. 2, atmosphere. 3, action. Does it build? Lo-fi coughs to study and relax. True. The pacing to be even across the board for each encounter, and then abrupt at the end, and then the atmosphere to be like starting off cautious and then slowly building to like confidence, and then the action actually like portraying that he's stealing stuff. So if I can nail those 3 points, I would consider this short story a success. So, further ado, let's get into it. Tourist trap. The call of the city rang out like a majestic symphony, a musical parade of crowds bustling, shoes crackling against pavement as the scores of people flushed their way through the streets. There stood one man, however, on the edge of the sidewalk. Today he was the master of this city. He would show them that he could take on this so-called last bastion of peace among the rotten belly of this infested district. His gaze set upon this beauty of a design, a hallmark of creative expense. Placing his hands together, he walked across the street, tailing the charge. Tactfully placing himself at her side as the street light turned red and the traffic on the sidewalk clumped as it paused. His moment in hand, he slunk in sleekly, running his hand up the drawstring on her purse. With a nimble premise, he slid it off her arm and with practiced movement opened his backpack, placing the purse deftly inside. With a motion of steady, calculated steps, he maneuvered his way to the edge of the crowd, pressing himself inside of the closest door lingering on the street corner. The thrill of the hunt put his knowledge to the test, his skills honed over the years, the strain of survival pressing him into this dark corner of the world. He had the tingle of excitement in his veins now. The lust for more would consume him. He prepared for another mark. A tall, flimsy young man with thin wrists, his fine suit and combed hair with an expression of pride. This was the one to break. A stout vector of longing pressed him closer, eyeing the wriggling ire of the loose watch upon his wrist. It glinted in the dim light of the library. The heavy musk of books and the sound of keyboards clacking at computers placed an air of simplicity to this place. It spun a web of silent duress. The book being placed upon the table in front of this fine soul gave the thief a hint of subject to draw from a new trove. "Hey there," the gruff voice of the lonely fox spoke to the tall rabbit. "I see you have an economics book there. You look like a smart guy with a good background. I've been struggling with stocks for a few months now. The research I did helped me a little, so I have been seeking a person to discuss theoretical situations to expand my knowledge and understanding of such a fickle game." The man sitting at the table, his gaze turned to this patron. "Knowledge is power. If you wish to gain some, this would be the place. What kind of stock put you in such disdain?" Leaning in and placing his hands on the table, inching his fingers towards the book, he spoke. "Nvidia. Hoping AI would win out. Big mistake, apparently. Electronics tends to be my strong suit, so maybe starting there?" They locked eyes as the man thought. The troubled hand of this long-held-back desire stretched bereft of sight to the clasp and flicked it. The device refused to unlatch. A proposition of the conversation to find an example in the present book on economics and electronics. This moment was prepared by fate. All the cogs had lined to set this order by which the thief would release this treasure from its harbinger, saving it in his grasp, for this man had no need of it. Need was all this poor soul had left to drive him. The cautious nature of biding time had been thrust to the side in the wake of broken plans. His fingers, working ever so silently, searched for that one place where the veil would fall and retract itself from this undeserved pebble. At last the deed done, the hair on his neck stood on edge. This was the moment. With swift coordination he pointed to the page at the read. A single line, the shifted movement of the eyes was his moment to shine. Gliding the vessel from its rest, he slid it into his pocket with a sigh, combining his body movement and breathing with his voice to assert his ignorance to such things. Perhaps the best lesson learned here is to not tempt fate. The man at the table laughed, his voice raising for a moment before recovering over the knowledge of his location. "I will leave you to it then. Thank you for the help all the same." The thief raised himself tall and sauntered off with an admonished look on his face. "Give no weight." It gave no weight to the actions. "Thank you for the help all the same." The thief raised himself tall and sauntered off with an admonished look on his face. It gave no weight to the actions he had just undertook. Exiting the library through the back as the harsh yelling raised in the background began to hush into nothing. The plan was perfect. Even in his grief of loss, the change of expression was not that of pitched voices. So clever this man thought he was, clinging to his spoils of battle, trophies of his wit and experience. He once again found himself upon the street, lurking behind this unsuspecting fodder, pulling their valuables from their person as if being handed them. The weight of it was when he questioned himself back to reality. Was this enough for one day? The haul was good. The excitement of the hunt had been unburdened of him. He felt good, smart, and perhaps even rich enough to eat an extra meal. Building with its flashing lights beckoned the thief. A pawn shop. The perfect place to peddle the day's spoils. He would use most of this money to move to a new location. The trick was to maintain distance from an area after he had pillaged. The sight shocked him, so plain and bare for the world to see. How could he not, he thought to himself, as it had been a day of miracles. The placement and order of these events could only be of divine intervention. He mimicked his prey's steps, edging closer in, preparing. The wallet loomed like a mountain over the plains, its height predicting the rain to feed these weary crops. The thief slickly orbited the back pocket of his fine lad, the temptation peaking as his hands grasped the cloth. The feeling struck him like ice. Fear, cold and unyielding, spread through his body. As if time had slowed, he felt the veins protruding as his heart pumped faster and faster. The rush in his head almost too much to take. He felt dizzy and stars emerged in his vision for a moment. He took hold of himself as the panic set in. "Sir, you dropped..." The man looked at him, then to his hand on the wallet. "You picked the wrong one today, buddy." He held up a police badge. The realization... I always switch to first person. I'm so bad at doing that. The realization took the thief aback. Okay, I think those... Okay. I'm so bad at switching tense. The realization took the thief aback. His hand stuck to the wallet, holding him in place. His mind racing with thoughts of how to escape the situation. The inevitable set in as the thief admonished his faults. He prayed for mercy as the cop laughed. The new type of bait, working as intended. The struggle of the day for the mere thought of food that night had faded from the thief's mind. Now only the fear and doubt resigned in him, pressing him to the edge. Does he go off the bars or play it... Pressing him to the edge. Does he go off the bars or play it best he can and hope for the best? The purse, watch, phones, jewelry, the loot of the day was all the evidence needed. He was booked and cooked. The police placing him inside the car. The last thing he heard as the door slammed shut beside him was the laugh of the officers. Ta-da! That's my story. Thanks for listening to my story, guys. I hope you liked my story. GG. Agreed, Eggy. So now... let's take this... That was the most clear plot I've heard in a while from your stories. Yeah, because I think that's good, because that's the direction I'm trying to go. Is I'm trying to go away from the abstract and more into the direct. Because I can't write an entire book in abstract, because that'd be more like poetry. It has its aspects of that in the plays, songs, and characters of that, like, aspect, but not in the overall, especially, like, the scientific... like nature of Husai and like how he views things very logically to be like placed towards the reader in a very direct way. Prove my writing. Here's an improved version of your writing with enhanced clarity, flow, and consistency while preserving your original style and intent. Okay, key improvements. Clarity and flow. Simplified, overly complex sentences and smooth transitions between actions and thoughts to enhance readability without losing your vivid style. Consistency. Standardized tense, mostly past, and tightened the narrative voice for cohesion. Imagery. Refined metaphors, majestic symphony instead of musical parade to maintain impact while avoiding overextension. Condensed repetitive sections, the thief's internal musings, to keep the story moving. Dialogue. Adjusted for natural flow while retaining character. What stocks got you so twisted feels more conversational. Tension. Heightened the stakes in the final scene when sharper sensory detail and tighter phrasing. This version keeps your flair for dramatic description and character depth while making the story more accessible and engaging. Let me know if you'd like further tweaks. Alright, well, let's read the improved version then. The so-called improved version. No, that's I'm done. Just gonna have to do this. What was your prompt just then? Improve my writing. Simple and direct. Nothing fancy, just straight up improve my writing. Improved version by AI for Tourist Trap. Tourist Trap. The city's call rang out like a majestic symphony, a vibrant parade of bustling crowds, shoes clapping against pavement as scores of people surged through the streets. Amid the chaos stood one man, poised on the sidewalk's edge. Today, he was the master of this urban sprawl. He would prove he could conquer this so-called last bastion of peace nestled within the rotten underbelly of a decaying district. His eyes fixed on a stunning structure, a masterpiece of design, a testament to the creative extravagance. Rubbing his hands together, he stepped into the flow, trailing the throng across the street. The light turned red, halting traffic and clogging the sidewalk with bodies. Found a new fiction. Truck Kun's driver gets killed by her own truck. She is then told she can't go to heaven because of all the deaths she's caused, and as a result, she is reincarnated. Is this what karma feels like? I mean, I guess so. Rubbing his hands together, he stepped in. Oh, we already. You love reincarnation. I mean, it's an interesting concept. The light turned red, halting traffic and clogging the sidewalk with bodies. Seizing his chance, he slipped beside her, his target. With a sly grace, he brushed his fingers along the drawstring of her purse. In one fluid motion, he eased it from her arm, opening his backpack and tucked the prize inside. With calm, calculated steps, he wove through the crowd, pressing himself through the nearest doorway on the street corner. Thrill of the hunt tested his cunning. Years of survival had sharpened his skills, molding him for this shadowed existence. Adrenaline tingled in his veins, igniting a hunger for more. He scanned for his next mark, a tall, lanky man with a thin wrist, dressed in a fine suit, hair neatly combed. He exuded pride, an easy target to shatter. The thief's gaze locked on the loose watch dangling from the man's wrist. glinting faintly in the library's dim light. The heavy scent of old books and the soft clack of keyboards lent the space an air of quiet simplicity, a decadent calm. A deceptive calm. The man set an economics book on the table, offering the thief an opening. "Hey there," he said, his voice gruff yet casual. "I see you've got an economics book. You look like a sharp guy with a solid background. I've been struggling with stocks lately. Research hasn't helped much. I'm looking for someone to bounce theoretical ideas off. You get a grip of this fickle game." The man glanced up, meeting his gaze. "Knowledge is power, and this is the place to find it. What stocks got you so twisted?" The thief leaned in, resting his hand on the table, fingers inching towards the book. "Nvidia," he replied. "Bet on AI winning out. Big mistake, apparently. Electronics are more my strength, so maybe I should stick there?" As they locked eyes, the man pondered. The thief's restless fingers, hidden from view, grazed the watch clasp and flicked it. It wouldn't budge. "Well, it depends on how they're doing it. Most people are doing it all the trope stuff, like how many other methods of death exist. Why is it almost always a truck? If it's done right, isekai is one of the best genres. It gives the sympathetic MC coming from what is essentially our world, but putting them into a new space, noting and asking about everything we want to know as they go on their adventure. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to have the Viceroy as a character, because he's that unknowing character who's going to be asking all the questions that's going to be the exposition towards the reader, because you're going to feel like Husai is like, and the fact that I really want like there to be a connection between Gaia and Husai. And Husai is like, basically it feels like Husai is confiding in the reader and talking to the reader, because he's talking to himself, but he's actually talking to Gaia. And you'll kind of figure this out after the first book. So you go through the entire first book having this feeling like breaking the fourth wall, where Husai is like directly talking to the reader, but he's actually engaging with talking with Gaia and his like inner feeling and inner self and inner consciousness. The conversation shifted to the book, the man suggesting they find an example tying economics to electronics. His questions are natural, so it doesn't sound like a thesis of tedium, that whole chapter of lore that doesn't progress the story. Without it, you can't follow the story. True. That's why I wanted my fantasy world to be super Final Fantasy based, so it's like, as soon as you pick up on that, you're like, everything else just kind of clicks into place. Which would be like, as soon as you mention chocobos, it'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, nope, I get this. I mean, the jobs for some people might do it off the bat in the first chapter as well. And the idea of like titling as like an overdrive ability or something like that. Using your ultimate. The conversation shifted to the book, the man suggesting they find an example tying economics to electronics. The moment felt fated, every gear aligned for the thief to claim his prize. Need drove him now, raw, unrelenting need. Patience gave way to urgency as his fingers probed silently, seeking the weak spot where the clasp would yield. At last it gave. The hairs on his neck prickled. This was it. Pointing to a line on the page, he read aloud, drawing the man's eyes away. In that instant he slid the watch from its perch and pocketed it with a sigh, masking the act with a blend of breath and words. Maybe a real lesson here is not to be tempting, and is not to tempt fate. The man laughed, his voice spiking briefly before softening into deference to the library's hush. "I'll leave it to you, then. Thanks for the help." The thief stood tall, sauntering off, with a feigned look of chagrin that betrayed none of his triumph. He slipped out through the library's back exit as distinct shouts faded into silence. Even in the mass of improvisation his plan had held. So clever, he thought, clutching his spoils, trophies of wit and grit. Back on the street, he resumed his hunt, lifting valuables from the unsuspecting as if they'd been offered to him. But a question tugged him back to reality. Was this enough for one day? The haul was solid, the thrill spent. He felt sharp, satisfied, maybe even rich enough for an extra meal. A pawn shop's flashing lights beckoned, a perfect spot to unload his gains. Most of the cash would fund his next move. The trick was to never linger where he'd struck. The simplicity of it struck him bare, bold, miraculous. The day's events felt orchestrated, divine. Mimicking his prey, he edged closer to his final mark. The wallet loomed large in the man's back pocket, a mountain promising bounty. Temptation peaked as his hand brushed the fabric. Then fear hit, cold, unyielding, spreading like ice through his veins. His heart raced, veins bulging, head spinning as stars danced in his vision. He steadied himself as panic clawed in. "Sir, you dropped," the man turned, eyes narrowing at the hand on his wallet. "You picked the wrong one today, buddy." He flashed a police badge. The thief froze, hand glued to the wallet, mind scrambling for an escape. The inevitable sank in. He cursed his missteps, praying for mercy as the cop chuckled. A trap perfectly sprung. The day's struggle for survival, the fleeting hope of a meal, dissolved. Only fear and doubt remained. The purse, watch, phones, jewelry, all damning evidence. Booked and cornered, he was shoved into the squad car. As the door slammed shut, the officer's laughter echoed in his ear. Yeah, I guess that is kind of actually better. It does flow better. It does feel better. But I like the language that I use. So I don't know. What do you guys think? It'll be your guys' vote which one of these stories goes on YouTube. The edited one or the unedited one? If you can blend them. The AI is a little smoother, but more bland. Yeah. I mean, I definitely like the dialogue better in the second one. So you take the dialogue from the second one and merge it with the other one. Yeah, it's not going to pop up. So let's go here, here, grab this. So let's take we'll take this. because I like that intro. So then let's... this at the end. Okay, so we want all of that. So we just want to replace that one scene. And maybe even the last one. Because the ending, I think, was better. This. So let's take this as the ending as well. So right here, where I need this. Think that's better? Just replacing this scene and the ending. Because I think the ending was a little weak. As well as the, like, conversation here. So I think this kind of even things out a little bit more. So let's try that. Tourist trap AI combined with mine. Tourist trap. Call of the city rang out like a majestic symphony, a musical parade of crowds bustling, shoes cracking against pavement as the scores of people flushed their way through the streets. There stood one man, however, on the edge of the sidewalk. Today he was the master of this city. He would show them that he could take on this so-called last bastion of peace among the rotten belly of this infested district. His gaze set upon this beauty of a design, a hallmark of creative expense. Placing his hands together, he walked across the street, tailing the charge. Tactfully placing himself at her side, as the street light turned red and the traffic on the sidewalk clumped as it paused, his moment His moment in hand, he slunk in, sleekly running his hand up the drawstring on her purse. With nimble premise, he slid it off her arm, and with practiced movement, opened his backpack, placing the purse deftly inside. With a motion of steady, calculated steps, he maneuvered his way to the edge of the crowd, pressing himself inside of the closest door, lingering on the street corner. Thrill of the hunt tested his cunning. Years of survival had sharpened his skills, molding him for this shadowed existence. Adrenaline tingled in his veins, igniting a hunger for more. He scanned for his next mark, a tall, lanky young man with a thin wrist. Dressed in a fine suit, hair neatly combed, he exuded pride, an easy target to shatter. This thief's gaze locked on the loose watch dangling from the man's wrist, glinting faintly in the library's dim light. The heavy scent of old books and the soft clack of keyboards lent the space an air of quiet simplicity, a deceptive calm. The man set an economics book on the table, offering the thief an opening. "Hey there," he said, his voice gruff yet casual. "I see you've got an economics book. You look like a sharp guy with a solid background. I've been struggling with stocks lately. Research hasn't helped much. I'm looking for someone to bounce theoretical ideas off, to get a grip for this fickle game." The man glanced up, meeting his gaze. "Knowledge is power, and this is the place to find it. What stock's got you so twisted?" The thief leaned in, resting his hands on the table, fingers inching towards the book. "Nvidia," he replied. "Bet on AI winning out. Big mistake, apparently. Electronics are more my strength, so maybe I should stick there?" As they locked eyes, the man pondered. The thief's restless fingers, hidden from view, grazed the watch clasp and flicked it. It wouldn't budge. Conversation shifted to the book, the man suggesting they find an example tying economics to electronics. The moment felt fated, every gear aligning for the thief to claim his prize. Need drove him now, raw, unrelenting need. Patience gave way to urgency as his fingers probed silently, seeking the weak spot where the clasp would yield. At last it gave. The hairs on his neck prickled. This was it. Pointing to a line on the page, he read aloud, drawing the man's eye away. In that instant, he slid the watch from its perch and pocketed it with a sigh, masking the act with a blend of breath and words. "Maybe the real lesson here is to not tempt fate." The man laughed, his voice spiking briefly before softening indifference to the library's hush. "I'll leave you to it, then. Thanks for the help." The thief stood tall, sauntering off with a feigned look of chagrin that betrayed none of his triumph. A proposition of the conversation to find an example in the present book on economics and electronics. This moment was prepared by fate. All the cogs had lined to set this order. Oh, no. I think... Wait, what happened here? This. We don't want this. It's this that we want. The combination of them. The conversation shifted to the book, the man suggesting they find an example tying economics to electronics. The moment felt fated, every gear aligning for the thief to claim his prize. Need drove him now, raw, unrelenting need. Patience gave way to urgency as his fingers probed silently, seeking the weak spot where the clasp would yield. At last it gave. The hairs on his neck prickled. This was it. Pointing to a line on the page, he read aloud, drawing the man's eyes away. A proposition of the conversation to find an example in the present book on economics and electronics. No. Let me just get rid of that. Okay, there we go. That's much better. This moment was prepared by fate. All the cogs had lined to set this order by which the thief would release this treasure from its harbinger, saving it in his grasp, for this man had no need of it. Need was all this poor soul had left to drive him. The cautious nature of biding time had been thrust to the side in wake of broken plans, his fingers working ever so silently, searching for that one place where the veil would fall and retract itself from the undeserved pebble. At last the deed done, the hair on his neck stood on edge. This was the moment. With swift coordination, he pointed to the page and read a single line, the shift in movement of the eyes. Yeah, no, this, I just can't get it. I just can't get the combination right. I don't think it's worth it. At least, like, not right now. This is something to, like, work on later. We tried, at least. I need to like break it down more, right? But the idea is sound. So, you know, it's a lump of clay you have molded, just needs finessing. Yeah. Yeah. But that's we editing is more of a off-stream thing, because it's very slow and tedious. At least with writing, it's like you guys can see me as I'm writing and like read the story along as I'm writing. But like editing is like just like you're jumping all over the place, you're changing everything up. I don't know. It's the best all-around story so far, I think. Have you were you here for the banquet, Eggy? Because I would consider that one my best. You think this one's better than the banquet? Then again, I love food, so anything with food description, we didn't really do anything with that here. Like, we really could have done something with that too, like the food stall idea. But like I said, I just kind of like lose it. I'd have to side by side them. I think this one is conceptually tighter. Okay, yeah, I can definitely agree with that. And the other thing is, it does show that, you know, I rate heavily the idea over the actual writing, so it's good to have somebody who values the writing more than the idea, because I have a bias towards that, where I'm like, it's good enough, I got the idea across, whereas it's like, no, go back and, like, refine it, right? So I'm glad to have a critic like that, because, like, I'm harsh on myself for, like, getting the idea across. Banquet is more interesting, but more nebulous. Yeah, exactly. And like I said, I'm trying to make things more grounded, more realistic, more direct. So the fact that you're saying this story does that means that I'm getting closer to my goal, which means improvement, which is good. So we just have to keep going in this direction. That is definitely way more grounded. Yeah. Yeah. And so I'll give you the plot. Why, though, if you enjoy the big picture, though, stuff. Because it's the only way to actually write a book, and the book contains that aspect of writing. So it's like, I have the ability to, why be more grounded if you're more passionate about big ideas? Because it reflects the characters more in a full novel aspect. So for writing my book, for instance, I want the different characters to portray the different, like, aspects of, like, my personality, essentially, right? Like, Husai is very scientific, Gluttony and Varius are very poetic and creative, Yap, Hildebrandt, and Walker are like the humor side of me, like banter between like lifelong friends. The Viceroy is like the kid in me that wants to like figure everything out and like explore the world and learn everything, but they're like a complete noob. The Warriors of Light are like what I'd aspire myself to, but not what I actually am, you know? So kind of like that. But having the ability to separate those from Husai, and just specifically because it's Husai's perspective in first person, it would be really weird for him to have a very poetic, abstract type of way of thinking, but he's a very logical and grounded character. So I think learning to be more direct and grounded like that, specifically for Husai's character and in that first person, and then allowing conversations and dialogue and like observed interactions with other characters to evolve their personalities and introduce that aspect of writing to differentiate between the different characters like easier. And then it actually gives those characters life because they literally have their own style of writing when it comes to that character. Alright, I'm off for the night. Have a blast. May your sleep be truly restful and your dreams inspirational. Sean, thank you very much. Yes, I should probably open up Monster Hunter here so we can actually, you know, get started on this. Get killing that Zoshia that we just fucking can't kill. But yeah, does that make sense, Eggy? Because it will incorporate all of that, but it also has to incorporate the other sides, like the scientific and logical side, which like is not present very much in my writing. Have you tried poetry? Yes, I used to write a lot of poetry back in the day. All that was on paper though, so I don't have copies of that. But yeah, I just love being creative in that aspect and like seeing, and like I was always about like especially when I was in film and stuff, I absolutely loved like just absolutely off the wall, like literally like music video style movies where it's like you're just trying to build an atmosphere and an idea, but you're not really portraying a story. And my poetry was always kind of like that, like I'd say almost mathematically structured to use different like combinations, like make a math equation of the structure of the poem around the different poetic devices, right? And then like assign each one of them like a mathematical term in order to place it into that equation to create structure from chaos. And then just go wild with replacing random words and random things with like opposing ideas and structure. So instead of saying like a word like your hand, you'd say something like I'm blanking on like an example, but like you may like this poem. It's my favorite. The best free translation I've found. Has the big idea vibes you like. Is this the full poem? The infinite. This solitary hill has always been dear to me, and this hedge, which prevents me from seeing most of this endless horizon. But when I sit and gaze, I imagine in my thoughts endless space beyond the hedge, an all-encompassing silence and a deeply profound quiet, to the point that my heart is almost overwhelmed. And when I hear the wind rustling through the trees, I compare its voice to the infinite silence. Eternity occurs to me, and all the ages past, and the present time, and its sound. Amidst this immensity, my thoughts drowns. And to flounder in this sea is sweet to me. Yeah, that's fucking dope. It definitely has that vibe to it. And it'll be like, that'll keep, like, you'll be able to go, like, the idea of the book is to be all over the place, right? So you could be all whimsical and wonderful, and then grounded and structured, and then, like, twisted around and completely confounded as to what's going on. A lot of what you say reminds me of that poem. Well, I am glad, because that means I'm, like, going in the right direction if I remind you of something that would be considered, like, a great work of creative art. But I guess that also comes from, like, I used to work with bands back in the day, so I absolutely love music and stuff like that, so music is a huge influence as to the abstract nature of how to craft a story from a minimal aspect. And, like, for instance, like, my favorite band is Iron Maiden. So it's like, pretty much every song I listen to them is like a story, right? It's building a story in your head as the song goes on. It's not just this, like, idea of something. It's like a full-on vision. Whereas, like, songs nowadays are like, they give you, like, this, they're like Coco Melon. It's like, they just give you this out-of-context random thing that usually has to do with sex, and then say, yeah, that's our song. It's like, Jesus Christ, man, at least fucking try. At least fucking try. But I think, actually, before we do this, one second here. Alright. Talk time! And then we're gonna try and kill Zoshia. We're using Insect Glaive, because, yeah, we just gotta make sure other people don't die and we don't get killed by that super mega move. I don't know how to stop her super mega move. So that's probably gonna be our biggest thing, is the super mega move. But I think we're just gonna go with a, SOS flare off the bat and just try to get people to kill this bitch for us. Where'd Alma go? She's always leaving the post. Making me run all over the place for her. I mean, to be fair, that is a pretty damn good view. Jesus. Yeah, I know why you're standing here, Alma. Alright, here we go. It's the big day, guys. We got this. We're gonna kill this motherfucker. Alright. Nice. The Lance boys. We got the Lance boys up in here. Would you look at that? Your body, bitch! No, that's not your body. No, that's not your body. That's your body. Give me that bitch. Let's go. Alright. There we go. Now we're cooking! Oh, nice timing. friggin' orange, bitch? Where's your orange? Says that's orange. It's not giving me orange. There it is. Get the fuck out of here before he hits me. Nice. Wings down. Ow. Yeah, you really didn't like that. Nice, mount again. Are you teaming with others? Yes, I am playing with other people. I put up an SOS flare. Like a little bitch. Yeah. I get fucking destroyed by the AI on Mount and Blade. Older games were harder, man. I've always just been ass at games. That's why I try to have fun, like with Elden Ring. You bastard. Uh-oh. Is he doing super duper ultra move that I have to get away from? Jesus, that was insane. Did 2 people die there? That was crazy. Holy fuck, I almost died. That was insane. Insect glaive ass pounding? Hell yeah. My health is the green bar at the top. Jesus, why me? Fuck! That was bullshit.
手ですね。ですが焦らず万全の備えで挑みましょう。
That was bullshit. That was total bullshit, guys. Holy shit. Am I just gonna die off the bat? What the fuck? Holy fuck. Well, my food wore off. I'm invulnerable! How the frick do you beat that? Yeah, I know, right? I mean, it is the hardest monster in the game right now. Fuck! Trying to get away and it still hits me. And I used it and then unused it because I double tapped it. What a joke. I'm fucking tired. Nice. Tip of the tail. Just barely escaped that. Lost my charges. Nice, we got it. Ooh.
あの巨大な炎、流入結晶への引火で周囲へと延焼しているようにも見えました。そうなる前に結晶を破壊しておくのが有効かもしれませんね。
I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back.
ご無事で何よりです。それにご安心ください。まだ機会はありますから。追加の支給品です。セクレットポーチのご確認を。
Thought I could last it out, but nope, couldn't do it. Death just made it possible. Piss run any percent true. Star Wars. Of course. Shit, that was close. Jesus, I've never gotten to this point before. He's completely black. This is fucking epic. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? What the fuck? fuck? Some bullshit.
ですが焦らず万全の備えで挑みましょう。
Well, that's how she goes, boys. It is what it is. Alright. As per tradition, here we go. Wit and wisdom of Tyrion Lannister on being a dwarf. Pissing is the least of my talents. You ought to see me shit. True. But again, as always, guys, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for watching. We had a blast today. We actually wrote a story. Fuck yeah! So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! I know, right, Eggy? That's some good shit. Truly, truly gets to your soul. Find someone to raid, boys. Who we raiding today? Who we raiding today? Who we raid, where we raid, what we do, where we going, where we at. Let's do it, yeah, raid time. You guys ready? You guys better be ready. Alright, have a good night, guys.